Good evening, everyone. This is the Ohio Unified School District Board meeting for Wednesday, May 12th. We will start the meeting with our flag salute. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We begin our agenda. There are no emergency modifications or additions. Do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
I'll move to approve.
a second.
All those in favor, Kevin?
Yes.
Michael?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Shelley?
Aye.
And Jane? Aye. That passes 5-0. Approval of the minutes from April 21st. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
Thank you,
I'll
Michael.
second.
Thank you. All those in favor, Kevin?
Yes.
Michael?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Shelley?
Aye.
Jane? Aye. That passes 5-0. I almost forgot to vote myself. We are at our OUSD Value Awards, and our first awards this evening are for our Creating an Inclusive Culture Award, and our Stephanie Hull, I think, is here. And is she here? Or is it Kelly Stone, who's going to be introducing our 6th grade recipient this evening, Megan Roney. Unfortunately, at a youth group meeting tonight that she had to go to, but her parents are here to receive the award, so I'll open it up to.
I don't see Ms. Hall here. I know that she was very excited about presenting this information, so I don't know exactly what happened, but I do know that when the email went out asking for nominations, that it was not a difficult choice for Ms. Hull to select Megan. She has often commented that Megan is well regarded, not just by her 6th grade peers in the leadership class, but also very highly regarded by her 7th and 8th grade peers in the leadership class. That she shows a maturity and composition far beyond her years and experience, and that she is a very highly valued member of the student leadership team here at Matilaha, and that we are expecting great things from her, looking forward to 7th and 8th grade with regard to her contributions here at school.
Thank you, and I understand that Megan has chosen, I think we have our reps here. Let's see. Mike Weaver, did you want to talk about the award? And
Surely. Yes. My name is Mike Weaver. I'm with the Rotary Club of Ojai, and we are very proud to recognize Megan and Madeline for their for what they have done to demonstrate creating an inclusive culture in the school. In turn, we will recognize them as Rotary Peace Ambassadors for Ojai, and they will each get a $50 check in their name, and they also get there's a second $50 check that's awarded and presented to the nonprofit of their choice. And in Megan's case, that's the Land Conservancy, and in Madeline's case, it's the Humane Society. So those will be sent out this week.
Thank you very much.
congratulations. Please tell Megan we said congratulations.
Well, thank you, guys.
Thank you. She was very proud and really appreciated being honored. And she had a very difficult choice to make tonight, but she's very honored. So thank you very much.
And thanks for all that you guys do for the community. We appreciate it.
Yes.
Thanks for sharing her with us.
Yeah, thank you.
So our second recipient, actually Mike just referred to, Madeline Taylor, is a Miramonte 5th grade student. And I believe that is Kathleen White gonna introduce her to us or?
Yes, this is Maddie Taylor, and she's one of our wonderful students at Miramani, and we're very proud of her. And her teacher is here, Miss Whaley, who's going to say a few things about Maddie.
So a few things. First off, when we were thinking about this, we had heard from somebody who works for the ABC Club, who kind of helps facilitate the ABC Club. And they were like, you have to choose Maddie. And we were like, well, why? And they said, well, she really helps to create a really inclusive, positive environment at ABC Club, which is sometimes hard, right? It's after school, you're having to do, some classwork. There's a lot of students around, and she really helps keep an environment not only for other students, but also for students who are in the Miramani SPED program, who need kind of that extra quiet and that extra support to be able to get their work done as well. So that was really encouraging to hear. And then also just in our classroom, she does a great job whenever we work in groups. She does an awesome job making sure everybody in her group is staying on pace and everybody is understanding what to do. And she's also I run, as well as the other 5th grade teacher, Miramani, we have a small group math intervention that we do extra kind of at the end of the day. And she's a part of that, and she's proudly a part of that. I think it's wonderful. She helps create this positive environment for something that students a lot of times be like, oh, I have to go to this extra thing to get extra help. And she's like, no, I want that help. I want to learn. I want you to make sure that I'm understanding things. So I think it's really awesome that she's also created this positive environment for our small group math intervention, something that sometimes students can dread going, but I think she really helps to create this positive energy and outlook on getting help and learning. So I think that's wonderful. Thank you, Maddie, for being awesome. And thank you for coming on Zoom, though you're used to it by now, right?
Maddie, did you want to say anything? You said you've chosen the Humane Society for your nonprofit.
Yeah, I chose that one.
Is there anything you wanted to say about getting the award?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for choosing me to, yeah.
Congratulations.
Just thank you very much.
And I also noticed that we actually did, Miss Hull just joined us. And so even though we've heard a little bit about Megan, if we could just go back, and Stephanie, if you wanted to add to her.
My apologies sincerely, sorry. And to Mr. and Mrs. Roney, I apologize. I was in weird waiting room again, but I realized I had joined the Wi-Fi with computers. So technical difficulties, I do apologize. I chose Megan. Actually, she fits all of the points on our program for OUSD. She is, first of all, I kind of known her because she's been in school with my son since kindergarten, and I went to school with her father at Nordhoff. I noticed when we brought out our yearbooks this year. So funny big circle, but I've never been in a classroom with Megan or known much about her until this year. And I have to say she's one of the most welcoming, kind, and considerate young people I've ever met in my entire life. She makes every single person feel comfortable. She goes out of her way to make sure that everyone feels included. And she's in a class of mine with mostly 8th graders, and she stands out as the top student in that class. She makes a point to find the child that may not feel comfortable, and she goes right up to him and she strikes a conversation up Like, she's 45 years old, and it's an amazing gift she has to make people feel included. And that's why I chose inclusivity. She is on the path to become the next president of the United States of America. I 100% believe she has a job on Capitol Hill, and she is just a wonderful example of a human. And I know that she, you know, because she's so confident, that's a hard thing to be in middle school, but she doesn't shy away from it. And her friends, they describe her as fun, outgoing, and she has a great sense of humor, and they love that because they love to kind of pull jokes with her, and she can take it all. She has such a great sense of humor, and she really understands what it means to be basically an authentic human being. I really enjoyed having her in my class.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Did anybody catch any of that?
It was a little rough, but some of it.
Thank you, guys.
Zooming
Thank
from
you, Stephanie.
home. Good, not good. I apologize.
I do want to move on to our Kindness and Friendship Awards in memory of Todd Chandler. San Antonio is our school of focus today, and we have our principal there, Robin Munson, is going to introduce, well, actually, I'm sorry, Jayla Perez is our second grade student, and her teacher, Katie Austin, is going to speak on her behalf. Katie?
Yes, hi, good evening, everyone. And hi, Jayla, welcome. So my name is Katie Austin, and I am the second grade teacher at San Antonio, and it is my honor to present this Friendship Award to my student, Jayla Perez. And I did type up a few notes I'm gonna read because otherwise I could go on and on and on about just how wonderful Jayla is. When Mrs. Munson asked us to nominate a student, Jayla's name was the very first name that popped into my head. And Mrs. Munson and all the other teachers agreed, Jayla, that you truly deserve this Friendship Award. Despite masks covering our mouths, I can still see that Jayla comes to school every single day with a huge smile on her face. And every single day, Jayla, you bring a big smile to my face too, and I hope you know that. Jayla is not just a friend to her classmates, she is a friend to her teachers and to everyone she meets. She has so much heart and so much compassion, as well as a drive to learn. Not only does Jayla come to school every day ready to learn, but she's also eager and excited. Things are not always easy in second grade, and when things get tough, I often ask my students, can you do hard things? Jayla always tells me, yes, I can do hard things, and she faces challenges head on, smiling. She is curious and helpful in the classroom, often offering to help me tidy up or reorganize the bookshelves. If a classmate is hurt or sad or confused, Jayla is there to offer help or a kind word. Seesaw is an online program that we were using during distance learning where students can submit their daily assignments in all kinds of subject matters. And students are also able to upload photos and record themselves sharing or reading. And no matter what our activity was, whether it was science or skip counting or grammar, Jayla would always record herself saying, Miss Austin, I hope you have a good day today and every day. So you can see why her name immediately popped into my head for this award. Just a few weeks ago, we read the book, How Full is Your Bucket, which is all about how we should treat other people and what we can do to help others. And when I asked students how they could be bucket fillers every day, Jayla wrote, be nice, give hugs, take turns, say you're sorry, give a compliment, share your toys, be polite, say good morning. If someone is having a bad day, I could say, I like your shoes. And they might say, thank you for making my day special. Jayla clearly knows that a small compliment or a little act of kindness can change someone's whole day. And I witness this on a daily basis with her teachers and her classmates. Even just today, I was getting ready to log into Zoom to meet with a student who has not yet been able to return to campus. And Jayla popped her head into our classroom to ask if she could get a book that she had forgotten in her desk. When she was on her way out with her book, she turned around to say, "Miss Austin, could you please tell Gabriel I say hi?" Which is just one small example of Jayla's big heart. When I told Jayla that I had nominated her for this award, she responded, "Miss Austin, you are making me smile so big right now." And Jayla, you make me smile so big each and every day. I am incredibly proud of you for being a friend to everyone you meet and for being a second grade rock star. Good job, Jayla.
Would you like to say anything, Jayla?
I like Miss Austin. She's a great person, and I really love second grade.
Great.
Thank you, Jayla.
Thank you for being such a kind person. And Robin Munson, our principal, is going to introduce our Teacher Friendship Award to Kim Eck.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. So it is a pleasure to recognize Mrs. Kim Eck, our first grade teacher, for the Friendship Award tonight. Kim brightens our days with her gentle, calm demeanor, and her enthusiastic joy for creativity is appreciated by all. Kim makes students and staff alike feel welcome and special with little gifts or kind words. Throughout this year, Kim has made each of the staff origami notes, thoughtful cards, and always seems to have just the right word of encouragement at just the right time. She brings extensive knowledge to any subject that we're talking about at lunch, whether it's bugs or owls or farm animals or some kind of creative craft. Kim knows how to bring a fun, humorous topic to light for us. She has a wonderful singing voice that was noted by all of her colleagues that they can't wait to walk by your room and hear your song of love and joy with your students. And so your colleagues want you to know that you brighten their days. They appreciate your thoughtfulness. They appreciate your calm nature and your willingness to always offer help to those in need. So Miss Austin actually summed it up perfectly with this statement. Kim is a friend to one and all, big or small. So Kim, thank you for all you do for our campus and students, and we appreciate you so much.
Kim, did you want to say something?
Thank you so much for the award. I really appreciate it. I really couldn't be a friend to all without all of my friends around me. And that is what San Antonio is all about. We are a wonderful team. I have enjoyed each and every moment with my colleagues and my students. And so it's a real joy to get the award. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations, everyone's on the awards. If you would like to stay, you're welcome to stay. But if you have other things to do this evening, we appreciate your joining us. Thank you. We now move on to our public comments. I do have 2 public comments that were submitted online, and then we have several members of the public who are in our board room and they are wishing to speak in person. I will first read our online ones. Oh, actually, no, let's go ahead with those who are waiting. That makes more sense. First, we have Felicia Wachter. If you would like to come to the microphone in the boardroom.
Jane, maybe you want to read the online ones first while we work on the tech in the boardroom.
Okay.
There we go. Actually, we got it.
Okay.
All right. I want to thank you for your time today. My name is Felicia Wachter. I have 4 kids at OUSD. Well, of 4th starting in the fall. And so thank you for listening. My hope today is that we can put aside any political presumptions and open up dialogue in our schools and in our community to discuss the facts and science related to mask mandates. This shouldn't be looked at as a partisan issue. I have spoken to many parents on both sides of the political spectrum that have concerns about their children's health and well-being being in school wearing masks all day. Our job as parents, educators, and as a community is to make decisions based on what is best for our children. Our kids are out on the playground, sometimes in over 90-degree weather, running around with these masks inhibiting their breathing. My son came home recently, frustrated that when he pulled his mask down to try to catch his breath while playing on the playground, that he was immediately told to pull his mask back up. I believe this is a major health violation. I wrote his principal to kindly and respectfully address my concerns about this, and she didn't respond. What is it going to take for issues like this to be addressed? Are we waiting for kids to start passing out on the playgrounds before we have the common sense to question this? The World Health Organization states, quote, "Children should not wear a mask when playing sports or doing physical activities, such as running, jumping, or playing on the playground, so that it doesn't compromise their breathing," end quote. The experts clearly agree with me on this issue, and it needs to be addressed in our schools now. Many prominent scientists and doctors have found that masks can have adverse effects such as hypoxia, hypercapnia, shortness of breath, increased acidity and toxicity, activation of fear and stress response, rise in stress hormones, immunosuppression, fatigue, headaches, decline in cognitive function, predisposition for viral and infectious illness, chronic stress, anxiety, and depression. How is this benefiting our kids? We need to start questioning if these masks might be perpetuating the problem rather than preventing it. Scientists have proven that children do not spread this virus and that they have very minimal risk of serious effects if they get it. A child is twice as likely to die from the seasonal flu than they are from COVID, and yet we've allowed their world to be turned upside down because of it. Everyone who wants to be vaccinated for this virus is now able to do so, and we have no reason to ask our children to carry this burden any longer. We need to let our kids be kids. Thank you.
I've got to go in tomorrow to the office.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Sorry, I see I'm on my mute now. Next, could we have Eric Purdue to speak?
Come on up here.
Hey, Eric.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to listen real quick. My name is Eric Purdue. I'm a lifelong Ojai resident of the community. I'm a deputy sheriff, and I worked approximately on and off 15 years out of the Ojai station, and I'm a dad of 2 children. I've come here tonight to represent many parents who have chosen to enroll their children in private schools or homeschools based on our public school COVID protocols, specifically the mask mandate. I'd love nothing more to have my kids and send many other local kids to our local schools where they can make lifelong friends in their community. Unfortunately, those schools are failing our kids right now. The masks have been scientifically proven to be harmful, and I will not jeopardize my children's health and safety by forcing them to wear a mask at school. I realize navigating the pandemic has been very difficult for all involved. We need to work together now to do better for our kids than what they have experienced over the last year. We are asking that you, as a school board, whose responsibility is to be responsive to the needs of the community, with all of us, we're inviting you to go to the Ventura County Department of Health, Dr. Levine, and demand that the school mask mandate be lifted immediately. I thank you for my time. From my own experience in talking to many parents and the time that I put in the community, I hope you take this message to heart. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. Next, Amber Wild wishes to speak.
Oops.
Thank you, Kathy.
Hello. Okay, so I'm sure you guys have an idea of what I might talk about. Thank you guys for listening, as if you have a choice, but thank you for the time. I was born and raised here in Ojai, and I came back to raise my kids here, believing that Ojai has good values and a community of people where kids will have a safe and happy environment where they feel known and cared for. This past year has been rough on everyone, with unexpected changes hitting us from every angle. I am very grateful to the teachers and the administration of my school, and I've had a great experience with each of them. With all that being said, this year we have had to be flexible while learning about the pandemic. Now that we've had that year of learning how the virus works under our belt, we can make better choices about what's best for our kids. Health is physical, mental, and social, and watching our children stand separated and masked, learning from a teacher who is hard to understand due to one or sometimes two masks on their face is not okay. The mandatory masks for health are no longer needed on our children. We understand that the board does not have the power to overturn this mask law on their own, but we also know that you do have the power to fight alongside us on our behalf. In fact, we feel it's your responsibility. All teachers can now be vaccinated, and any person who wants to wear a mask has the right to do so. I, among many other parents in our community, do not feel it is kind, just, or justified to force our children to wear masks during learning, and especially not during outdoor play. This should be a free choice. I would love to see the scientific data to validate the continued full-time use of masks on children. The only study I could find put forth by the CDC to support that children spread the virus showed numbers of age groups 0 to 20 years old each represent less than 0.1% of the virus. COVID itself has a curable rate of 99.8+% depending on your age. And although I take it very seriously, the mask mandate just doesn't make sense anymore. In past years, the common flu can run rampant in schools, yet we've never shut down a school, and we as parents have had to make appropriate decisions on when we keep our kids home and when we send them to school. I have questions, and I think the main thing we should be teaching our children is to have healthy questions while respecting others' opinions. It makes no logical sense for me to be able to go into a restaurant with my friends, sit a foot away with no mask on, and eat and drink, and my child cannot do the same. Don't also get me even started on how dirty the masks probably are, with children touching their face all day long and going to the bathroom. As a parent, I feel like I'm losing a say in my child's life and education by having them in school. Parents should be working together with you, the board, and the district to have a say in what happens and what we believe is best for the children. The union, the district, the board should all have the best interests of the children in mind. We should be a team. This is how the system was created, and it seems to now have become more of a dictatorship where we are told what will and will not happen with our children. Am I done? Dang it, I had so much more, but I also have a petition that I had 70 kids, parents sign in 24 hours saying that they agree. So if you guys would like to see that, I'd love to scan it to you. Thank you.
Yes, if you could either give it to Kathy or find a way to scan it and send it to us, I'd appreciate it. Sorry, get back to my list here. Thank you, Amber. Ashley Shirk.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Shirk, and I have a daughter who is in kindergarten at Miramani School. I'm here to express my concern about mask wearing for our children while at school. It is time to let our kids stop worrying about messing with a mask and worry more about their education and socializing with peers. According to the CDC, studies have shown that infection and transmission of COVID is very low for kids. Our children are so conditioned to be worried about their mask and how they are physically feeling when their worry should be about their education rather than fussing over a mask. I spoke with a doctor from a private school in Ventura yesterday, and he informed me that they have only had one student contract the virus. If this school can function with maskless students for over a year, why can't all students return without a mask? It is crucial our children receive the best education. Part of that education requires being able to see how letters are formed. This means seeing their teachers' and peers' mouth and lips move. My daughter participates in extracurricular activities weekly without a mask amongst other children, and not once has there been any issue with COVID. My son can attend preschool with other children, all while being mask-free. I have never received a notice about my son or daughter being exposed to COVID. My daughter asks weekly why her brother can go without a mask to school and why she can't. I don't have an answer for her, and she tells me how unfair it is. I completely agree with her. Why is it safe for a 3-year-old but not for a 6-year-old? With teachers vaccinated and cases so low, I don't see why our kids can't get back to some normalcy they deserve. My daughter has been told to not drink water in her class because she would have to pull down her mask to do so. I have personally seen a little girl get yelled at to pull her mask up while she is eating food. Again, I am a very concerned parent and want what's best for all kids attending school. I want a safe environment for them, just like you do.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Bill Miley. He says, hello, this agenda is full of school district issues. I am impressed with its preparation and board commitment. Our next public comment is from Darius Lange. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Dear Board and OUSD, I have a student enrolled in 6th grade at Matilla Middle School. This is the first year my child is attending public schools. As a dad who attended public school, I anticipated changes in campus culture and welcomed the exposure. However, what is going on at Matilla is not acceptable. Today, the boys' restroom was locked at lunch as some students had graffitied it. The plumbing was okay. The bathroom was locked due to the lack of staff to monitor, at lunchtime, hence the graffiti. Today at lunch, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade boys were forced to use one bathroom, 2 at a time. My child waited 15 minutes to wash up and use facilities. At lunchtime, all grades, 6th, 7th, and 8th, are released at the same time. The 8th graders might, is right, take over the field of sports. The 6th graders have the option of ping pong and chess. For many young boys, creating new friendships is done out on a field, not playing ping pong. Where is the staff to monitor the campus, field, sports, halls, and so forth? When OUSD and board approved moving 6th grade to middle school, there was an expectation that younger students would have access to play soccer and basketball outside in a designated area. Thank you for reading my comment. I hope it does not fall on deaf ears. Just checking in, Kathy, are there any new members of the public? Oh, yes, it looks like there are. Sorry.
Okay. Hello, my name is Brittany Pritchard. I was born and raised here. I have 2 children that are at OVS. I wasn't planning on speaking, so excuse me, bear with me. I just have some. Oh, okay.
It's okay, we can hear.
Oh, okay. Oh, it says mute. Oh, okay. Okay. Hi, my name is Brittany Pritchard. I was born and raised here. I have 2 children that go to OVS. I wasn't planning on speaking. I just have some notes here. A big concern of mine is just the mental health of what are happening to children all over, and especially when I every day see them when I drive by and I see them masked up. And it's very important and crucial for children that are in kindergarten and first grade, second grade, that could see the actual lips moving and they can pronunciate and they can learn how to communicate with the emotions of a face instead of just keeping it masked and completely humanizing children. Um, it's part of just socializing. If children are not used to communicating and talking to one another person to person, then what are we creating, and whose fault is that? If we as the parents cannot protect them, then who's responsible? Are you guys? Can we all work together? How are we supposed to help them learn and grow and become part of society in a healthy way and not become depressed and want to harm one another or someone else? It is crucial that our children are able to breathe properly when they're outside, especially if they're playing sports. And we know how hot Ojai gets. It doesn't make any sense to me when children are playing ball and they're passing the ball back and forth and they're able to touch that and they're 6 feet apart with the mask on outside in 95 degrees weather. I also agree with how contaminating these masks can be when children go to the bathroom and they flush a toilet and fumes come up and they get stuck here in the mask, and then children are touching them and they're taking the mask off and they're trying to eat and then they're putting it back on, and they're constantly trying to put it on properly, and if it's not on properly, it doesn't really do any work. If it's not on the nose or around the lips or properly sealed, it doesn't even help. It doesn't prevent anything. It just hurts them. It harms them. Also, there's dental work that I have now been reading about children that have more cavities and they have to go every 3 months. So much more. Anyways, thank you for your time, and hope for a better future.
Thank you.
Do I push leave or okay? Okay.
I think that's our last public speaker. I'm going to actually close my door here. Sorry about that. My family's coming home from work. Okay, we are going to move on in our agenda to item 4.2. We have our, actually, I'm sorry, 4.1.2, our Student Advisory Council. They will not be joining us this evening since we had our meeting with.
Jane, you went mute.
Sorry, I did go mute. Yeah. I was just saying we don't have any Student Advisory Council with us this evening since we had a meeting with them 2 weeks ago, and I know they're getting ready for performances and AP tests, so they won't be joining us this evening. So we will move on to public comments from our CSEA President, Chuck Crawford. Hi, Chuck.
Good evening. It's always a pleasure to see everybody. Mike, I want to start with thank you. I always do. I don't think that people realize what's happening here in Ojai. Your compassion and empathy shows up in every meeting. And I think you guys have had the hottest seat in the years that I've been coming to these things, back when Mr. France used to be the board president some 20 years ago. And I just thank you. And as a union, we feel the responses that we put forward through Dr. Morse, the hazard pay, the compensations, the response to the sneeze guards, all the things that we've done and asked for. And I just want to thank you, the board, and Dr. Morse. We do feel a response for the requests, and classified people have been on the line since day one. And I appreciate you acknowledging that. I want to seeing the parents in there and their comments is well, I know why they come back to Ojai, because of what we've managed to keep through all of these 10 years of declining enrollment and cuts. And Angie and I are both experiencing in our unions, people that retire. And then what reveals when these people retire is all the holes that people have covered because of their experience and skills, that we now have to deal with those things because those holes are starting to show. You know, the concept of having a new building at Matilaha started out at $190,000. And Mike Shanahan and I, way back when, talked about that sink for kids to wash their hands. And there was no COVID going on then. It's just a concept of washing hands. The sink's put in, and look where we are now. And to have a brand new building introduced a concept which has totally changed nutrition for the kids in this district. But Alan and Adam weren't here when all that was happening. You know, Francis wasn't here when all that was happening. And yet we've managed to hold it all together with everybody working as a team, as I've heard so many people say. I mean, I remember Angie speaking one time about having Pizzoli. What the heck was that, right? But the food has improved so much, and you, the district, have provided the tools for that to happen. And concepts is where we are. There's been so many changes that all the classified have seen. I got a phone call today from Washington. Somebody had seen us steaming the vegetables, what I call it, but it was the weed process that we're doing in the schools with no chemicals. Thank you, Dr. Morse, for bringing that forward. The community asked for that, and it happened. And it's been very successful for us and for our community, whether they know that. I know some people ask, oh, Kelly Stone, what's that guy doing out there with all that steam coming up? So, but these are the things that we're embracing in this time of change. And it comes down to our children. I mean, one of the things that I've seen, assume position. You know, these phones are everywhere, and it's horrible because we are people. And that's what you guys have managed through classified. We feel it. You're responsive to us to it. We all have different levels of concern. I've been wearing these gaiters for years for the kind of dirt and stuff that I'm in. The gaiters aren't acceptable anymore, but everybody has their level of safety. And I feel that our district has come together that way by respecting each other, agreeing to disagree. And I thank you for those open channels. The idea that the technology has stepped up that we can even have this meeting, the classified staff there, again, even having the hardware to even do this as we experienced in the beginning of the year. And now we're here and we're all embracing it. And now there's trainings involved so we can be better with these things. Technology is great when it works, but we've had some issues, right? But we keep working together, and that's the only way I see us succeeding. And I'm glad to see the parents involved. I'm glad to see the students involved, and that excites me about our district, is that it is all hands on deck. And I want to thank you for that, because there was a time when it was all about spreadsheets, right? When we had 9 furlough days and cut. And we filled on all those holes and nobody saw them, but we're back at that spot. And so for you at the last meeting on the 3rd, to bring in another assistant superintendent, it's going to help fill in those holes. And we as classified feel it every day. And so I thank you for that. And as you pointed out with the money, we don't know how that's all going to happen, but it's easier to do this than it is to try and fill in those holes the hard way. And I work in dirt, so I know what it is the hard way to do the dirt. So thank you for thinking ahead, Dr. Morse and the board. And I hope the community recognizes that. Because we struggle for the identity of Ojai. And I think people like Kevin that are stepping in and doing the jury trial with our students, or Jane Weil with the top students still having AP despite all of our resources being so tight. All of us classified employees are feeling these stretches. And I call our aides like they're physician assistants, right? There's not enough doctors out there, physicians assistants trying to help. The teachers' workload is so huge. The aides are just trying to jump in there and help out what they can. And seeing Miss Madden step up there, wow. I mean, she was buried at the beginning of the year with like a 50 caseload, right? How do you even do that? We're all feeling the teamwork, and I just want to say thank you and hope that we can not rip each other's heads off as we go through these tough times. and continue to respect each other. I thank you for the time. I know that there's change in concepts and people are all afraid of change. I feel like our classified staff is your front line, and sometimes these are long passes and you're going long. I know football better than I do baseball, but I appreciate like Adam and Alan starting and finishing. We got a lot of great things happening, and I'd rather be talking about that than trying to peel an onion and having us all crying. Okay, so with that, I'll stop and say thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. And our OFT president, Angie Genesi. That's a hard act to follow, Angie.
I've been sitting here smiling the whole time because I think I'm going to peel the onion. I think that's what I get to do. So, but you know, first I would like to address some of the concerns that the parents, before I read what I have, which was only a few minutes, I would like to address some of the concerns that the parents had with the masks. First of all, when we negotiated the mask wearing, we agreed to follow the Ventura County Department of Health, Public Health. So we are simply following the mandates that are put out by our county and by the state. In doing that, I think the one parent was exactly right. If we want the mask mandates to change, then we really need to go down and talk to Dr. Levin and put that to them, because we're really not allowed to do anything other than what, not as negotiators, not as a union or a district. We really don't have any other choice but to follow what the state is asking us. And I think parents really need to understand this is not a choice that the district makes. It's a choice that is made by the state of California and Ventura County Public Health. I also want to just say, as a kindergarten and TK parent, I don't know what other parents do, but I do know for myself, we have learned to smile with our eyes really well. So that is one of our number one things that we do on a regular basis, is show how we feel from here down. So with that said, though, I do want to thank you again, and as always, for creating space for the Ojai Federation of Teachers and their concerns at the school board meetings. While the issues I'm bringing to your attention tonight were communicated to Dr. Morse at our monthly negotiations consultation meeting, we felt that the school board members should also hear these concerns. Yes, I'm about to peel the onion, everybody, sorry. The creation of 2 new administration positions and the subsequent appointments to those positions has caused a lot of concern. Can you hear me? Oh, good. Has caused a lot of concern and disappointment among our membership. We've been repeatedly told that our district is in declining enrollment and that positions at school sites have to be cut back and programs adjusted to meet that decline. The membership wants to understand how we can justify such costly additions to the administrative staff while we continue to face these other obstacles. Along with this, we have real concerns that money is being allocated now with very little mention of possible salary enhancements for teachers for the coming year. We understand that there is a negotiations process and that our MOU states that we will not reopen negotiations until July 1st, 2021. But it must be reiterated that we want to be considered. The off-schedule compensation that we have been given this year has been incredible and is greatly appreciated, but it isn't the same as an on-schedule salary enhancement. Today, Gavin Newsom announced the California Comeback Plan, which proposes the highest level of school funding in California history. The salaries of Ojai Unified staff continue to be in the bottom quartile, and we are hoping that with our district share of this money, some can be allocated to improve our compensation and workload. The administration has greatly increased the district reserve, has adjusted staffing at the administrative level to more efficiently and effectively spread the workload, and begun to attend to some of our most vulnerable students with the creation of the EL Student and Family Support Coordinator. Now it's time to turn that focus to the rest of the staff.
We too want to see our reserves restored and our workload lightened. Finally, and getting back to the issue at hand, our membership would like to see the district administration slow down. There's real concern that with positions not being posted and people being appointed. If there's a reason for those appointments, then why not explain the reasoning behind those decisions? Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Board member reports. I don't know, I haven't checked in with anyone if there's a report they would like to speak on.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, sure, Shelley, thank you.
Angie kind of stole my thunder in a way, but I'll respond to that. And I had actually already written this out and had planned to, but coming off the heels of Teacher Appreciation Week and being that it is actually the day of the teacher, according to the California Teachers Association, I think it is very important that we acknowledge our staff. And I just want to personally say that I'm very grateful for all the work that our teachers and staff have done this year. I too spent time today watching our governor discuss his agenda for schools and the priorities that he's putting forth. And I'm very excited about what I'm hearing. Some of the programs that he talked about, I have longed for, like universal TK for our 4-year-olds, and have also often feared. I have longed for that, but feared that we would be required to do it without the funding needed to make that robustly happen. And I was very gratified to hear that he wants to put money towards that. I was also excited to hear a focus on our social, emotional, mental health for our students, having more counselors, increasing the number of teachers so that we do impact our classrooms, and the ratios, that TK ratio of 12-to-1 would just be stunning to me. And I really look forward to seeing that happen. And the universal after school care, I was really excited to hear about as well. So I hope if you haven't had the chance to hear about the plans that he put forth, I hope you'll take the time to do that. And I also wanted to say that as we hear about all of these great things, it's fundamentally important to me that we see that impact in our classrooms. And that means also in our salary schedules for our teachers, that we really need to make a focus there as we see these revenues. So I'll sum up with with just a plug for our Theory of Relativity that is coming out this weekend, and the dance program that's next weekend, and how important arts in our schools are. And I hope you will all get your tickets, and looking forward to seeing that. Thanks.
Thank you, Shelley. Rebecca, any report this evening?
Yes, I also am incredibly excited about the governor's plans. A lot of those ideas were slightly brought forward in his January budget proposal. I think as they go work their way through legislation, they're becoming more full and well-rounded. Also, I would love to, like, hearing what Ms. Janassi, President Janassi, just said. To me, as a fiscal person, like, I have worked in education for many, many years, and I am an educator at heart, but switching over to the fiscal side of the house, that the position that we created of assistant superintendent, especially focusing on business, is so essential to the fiscal health of our district that often when we have a tiny district like we do, and we don't have somebody focusing solely on those positions, we can lose out on money and resources that we didn't know were available to us, because that in itself is what I do every day, and it's more than a full-time job. And so I am super excited because I think it's going to change how we are able to manage revenue and get revenue for our students, for our teachers. Like, the goal is to get the house in order so that, you know, I know myself that I am a huge proponent of our teachers coming up on the salary scale, as well as our classified, right? They are both particularly low. And yeah, that was pretty much it. I wanted to say, you know, President Crawford always comes forward by saying thank you. And he has served in our schools for so many years and is just the heart of every campus he's at, which is all of them. And I'm so grateful to have Mr. Crawford on our campuses because I see the impact that he has on our kids' lives every day, always with a smile and always with a kind heart. So, and always working hard. So that's it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Michael?
I don't have a report exactly, but I do want to respond to Angie and to Chuck both. I mean, just very quickly, as always, I appreciate Chuck and his appreciation. You know, a half full glass, half full guy is the kind of guy you want to be around. And to Angie, I just want to assure you, Angie, that I'm only speaking for myself and I'm not negotiating. But faculty salaries have always been on our minds. And we are not taking the cooperation that we've gotten from both of our unions for granted. At least I'm not. You know, I think Rebecca and I both you know, deal with outside unions, and we know where it can go, and it hasn't here, and that has not gone unnoticed, and it will not go unappreciated. That's about as much as I can say at this point.
Thank you. Kevin? Nothing? I don't have anything this evening either. The superintendent's report. Hopefully Tiffany has something.
Yes, good evening. First, I would like to acknowledge that Katrina Madden is here with us today as the incoming new assistant superintendent. She'll be attending all future board meetings. And I would also like to just acknowledge that Dr. Cheryl Knox is not with us this evening, as she has another matter to attend to and out of state and couldn't be present tonight. So I will be doing my best to replace Cheryl, although she knows much more than I do about many of the topics, but there are some things we needed to have on the agenda tonight. So I'll do my best with the support from Katrina as well. So for our, oops, I'm sorry, I don't think I'm sharing my screen. I can see the presentation. You probably can't. So let me go ahead and share my superintendent's report with you tonight. First, just an update on summer school. We're continuing to promote our summer school classes. I believe as of today, we have 355 students signed up for the enrichment portion of summer school, which is separate than the kind of credit recovery piece that comes a little bit later when we have our fourth quarter grades. So we expect many more students, unfortunately, in that capacity who are making up credit. But for our enrichment program, we're very happy with the number of students that we have. And I believe our elementary is bursting at the seams. So we're glad to see that happening. We are looking forward to our TK and kindergarten enrollment next year. As was mentioned earlier, we are hopeful that actually we will be able to expand or look at our TK program and with additional funding, see how that might be able to have some improvement. But we are working with all of our kindergarten teachers on a marketing plan. So thank you, Angie, for joining us for that, and to all of your colleagues in TKK world. We are doing a save the play date so that our new incoming TK and kindergarten families can come meet other students on the playground. There will be a craft and a snack, and we'll be rotating through all of the schools. And the teachers have agreed to go to each other's schools. So you may go to Topa Topa, but you might meet a teacher from Miners Oaks or a teacher from Miramonte there as well. So it's a really great collaborative effort across the district. I'm also happy to announce that we received an Impact 2 grant from the Ventura County Office of Education. Alex Mejia applied for this grant. I believe it's $2,500. They are actually highly competitive. And this grant is for building language for long-term English learners, which is a population that we are working on serving better as we move forward with our English learner support in the future. But we've already started doing some of this. It's really exciting. Alex has had them working on different projects, including creating walking sticks. So they're working and really doing hands-on things so they can measure and build things. We bought some tools for them. So we're very excited to see this class thrive and potentially spread to other locations. Today, as has been mentioned, is the California Day of the Teacher. We delivered cakes throughout the district. Thank you to Kathy Smith for getting these beautiful cakes and helping to get them delivered and arranged. I took the heavy one. I did not drop it, and it safely made it in to be enjoyed by our teachers, as you can see here in this photo. We had our fifth, maybe our fourth, a Place at the Table event this month. We Understanding Judaism and Anti-Semitism. It was a great event. We will be going on hiatus over the summer, and we look forward to coming back next year and continuing with these community events. We have our first coffee and conversation yesterday. As you can see, Jane joined us. These will be a monthly event in which I will attend with at different locations, some in the morning, some in the evening, and different places, so that anyone in the community can come and speak to me about anything that they'd like to talk about. So those will be a regular occurrence. We're working on a little bit of a chart. This is just a draft on different ways that if you would like to give feedback to the district, that you can do so. So here we have kind of ways at the school site, which is of course the most impactful feedback that you can provide is at your school site. So for example, talking to a teacher, talking to a principal, joining a parent group, joining an interview panel, submitting a standing ovation, joining the school site council. Those are all ways at the school site that you can be involved and provide feedback. And more than just volunteering in a classroom, that of course is also a way, but this is really if you have something that you'd like to get involved in. At the district level, you can attend the coffee and conversation events that I just mentioned. You can obviously email the district staff. You can attend a town hall meeting. We don't have any at this moment, but we've had almost 40 this school year. You can join a guiding coalition meeting. You can join the Parent Advisory Council, which is being recrafted, and we should have at least one more meeting this school year with an elementary and a secondary one. And then ways you can provide feedback to the school board, you can submit a public comment. And of course you can talk to individual board members, but this is particularly to the whole school board, all 5 members. The way to interact with everyone at the same time is by submitting a public comment. But we would of course encourage you to start by just talking at your school site and emailing us at the district if there's anything that we can do to help. And then all of these other ways are ways to explore depending on what your passion is and how you'd like to be involved. And of course, the time commitment that you'd like. We gave a presentation last night to the City of Ojai, our annual update on the state of the school district. We did not get to do that last year because of COVID, but we were able to give that presentation and an overview of where we are as a school district. On May 21st, we have our end of year event, and we are doing things slightly different this year. So rather than having our retirees honored at a school board meeting, which sometimes gets a little bit crowded and a little bit hot and a little bit squished for time. Instead, this year we are having an end of the year celebration here at the district office, bringing lawn chairs and blankets out under the oak tree. We'll have a stage. We'll be celebrating our employees, our retirees, our employees of the month for both classified and certificated, and just generally enjoying good food and company for the first time that we've been able to do that this year. So this is kind of in lieu of our all staff day. And of course, school board members are also invited and welcome to attend. We hope that you do. And then finally, I will end with our standing ovations. So we have nominees for our school bus drivers, and these are our school bus drivers here. And I'll read to you this particular one. It's very special. I'll share at the end. We have nominees for Jennifer Chrisman and Jan Geisler, who does our raft reading program. We have nominee for Ramiro Mejia, our custodian at San Antonio. Chris Murphy, the principal at Matilaha Middle School. Leslie McCleary, the office manager at Chaparral High School. Gabby Taylor, teacher at Nordhoff High School. And here's the standing ovation that I would like to share with you. And because this is so special, I'm actually just going to read it or paraphrase it. My children ride the bus from Miramani School, and on Thursday, April 29th, our bus driver activated her stop signs and flashing lights. As my children were walking in front of the bus to cross the street, a small blue sports car going well over the speed limit, if not doubled, was quickly drifting his vehicle toward the school bus while ignoring the stop sign and lights. The bus driver was holding down her horn before this person had even turned the corner onto her street. Due to her speed, due to her professional instinct and observation skills, she quickly anticipated his speed, his direction. And I genuinely do not think he would have stopped if she hadn't done what she did. So I would just like to acknowledge our bus drivers for keeping our students safe on the sometimes scary roads, and making sure that our 6- and 7-year-olds were able to make it to school or home safely. And that concludes my superintendent's report.
Thank you. I forgot on my report, I could have mentioned that I had been at that coffee yesterday morning. I appreciate your doing that. We now move into our presentations. Our first one is our program spotlight, which this evening is the Nordhoff dance program. And I know Kim Hoy is here. I believe I saw her. There she is in the studio, no less. Welcome, Kim.
It's quieter here. So anyhow, thank you so much for having me tonight. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you since, oh, and actually I still need permission to share.
Looking for Kim, for some reason I can't do that because David is the host of this meeting. So give me 1 second. I can always share my version of this, but let me.
I'll just send it to you right now. So it'll be at the top of your email.
Okay, go ahead and try and see if this can work.
Okay. Yep, I can share.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'll go ahead and put this into presentation mode so you all have the opportunity to see it. So first of all, thank you so much for having me tonight. I realize you have many different responsibilities and programs to hear about and listen to, so I appreciate the opportunity. And just for the sake of time, we'll ask that if you have questions, perhaps just write them down, and at the end, I'd be more than happy to answer them. So it's really hard to pick the pictures to choose to share with you because there are so many beautiful moments that we have the opportunity to create. But each of these have a bit of a story. I won't go into all of them, but I specifically want to call out this concept of energy. We are part of the arts, media, and entertainment industry sector as a career technical education program. And so people think of us as entertainment. But meanwhile, for the dancers, the performers, we are really all about something called entrainment. So it's a little bit different of a concept. It's about that energetic connection between dancers, performers, and this actually applies to all of the arts when it comes to the impact of breath, synchronicity, moving together, being together. And as you can imagine, in this unique COVID year, entrainment became a vocabulary word, if you will, because students understood what they were missing. So it's beautiful to be back in person together. But I also just want to emphasize that, you know, movement is our first language. And so it's very often people think of dance for the sake of dance. And I think we also have the opportunity to understand ourselves through dance. And so we look at dance as a means by which we can express ourselves. Some guiding philosophies, I won't read these to you, they're pretty self-explanatory, but as I think about what's really critical for us in the dance studio is for this to be a safe place. Dance for our students really tends to be a home base, tends to be someplace that is collective, inclusive, reflecting, this being a place for all, that everyone has the ability to dance, even if you've never danced before except in your house. So I want to just say that. The truth is we're born moving and we're taught not to move. And so if we can leverage that natural interest in movement and all of the science behind why it's magical, we really can totally transform what happens for students. So, truly there is a science to dance education because we are all built as humans with the ability to observe and to have that mirror neuron endorphin release that comes when we see dance and movement. So even though you might not be dancing, when you watch dance, you have that emotional, magical connection to it. And so this last quote, dance is everything and everything is dance, that is really true. That comes from a nonprofit that we have been affiliated with. We bring students to their big regional events where we get to connect with other people from all different walks of life, other high schools and other high school dance programs. So as I mentioned, there is a science, there's also an art to it, of course. I won't belabor this, but we definitely rely upon a variety of sources to help support us. These sources are the basis of our program. They are certainly not the only thing that we emphasize, but I think the public often sees the emphasis on performance, whereas if you're here in the studio, you're going to see the other forms of these various different standards really represented. And so I think that's kind of the magic, like you all get to see the front stage stuff, but all of the rest of it is really backstage magic. And then we are a career technical education program. And so as a result, there are some evolution, has been some evolution to the nature of what we expect from students over the last 5 years since we have become a CTE program. So some of the key elements I've listed here for you, but I think a key piece of it is we try to develop young artists to have a voice and to have something to say and to figure out how to use movement to convey that. And so the most exciting work very often is what comes from student creativity. And I mentioned here studio habits of mind. I think it's important for us to think of the dance studio as a creative laboratory rather than just we're here to perform. This is a place we get to develop our craft, certainly, but we get to engage with movement, we persist through frustration, we work on visioning. So like every choreography student has a sketchbook where they actually jot down ideas and take an idea from its basis to its full implementation. And there's that opportunity to observe other work, to ask for feedback, and to question one's own work and to be able to figure out, oh, how do I evolve and elevate my work? So it is a reflective, meaningful, and I think very self-referential space for our choreography students. I do want to mention about careers. If you see an asterisk, that means that that's one of, or maybe more than one of our alumni. Our program has been in existence since 2004, 2005. So we're in year 17. So we're starting to reap the benefit of maintaining some degree of connection and relationship to a number of our alumni. We recognize that the greater culture sometimes thinks, oh, well, you can't be a professional dancer. But the fact of the matter is dance can actually infuse so many what we call soft skills or strategic skills into a young person that will make them an attractive employee in the future. We want people who are good communicators, who are able to hold responsibility to manage projects, but then also to be able to problem solve. We want them to be able to do that. And so dance is kind of a real-time, in the moment way to do that. So as I mentioned, we're super proud of our alumni. We have some ongoing connection with them, and you'll get to see some data. Since I heard about being able to come and share with you, I was like, okay, I'll finally survey my alumni. I've been meaning to do that. So a few things that would be helpful for you in understanding about our program. Year one was 2004. As I mentioned, it was actually the year that this building opened. And by year 13, the program had expanded considerably. Part of that was because there was a shift to provide dance as an equitable offering for all students who requested it for the first time ever. And that is a really important aspect to sort of put in the mix as we look at issues of equity. You know, for example, historically, there had been a time where I had been told you can only have X number of freshmen. And that was to try to keep the program at a certain sort of contained level of development. However, the truth is that also excluded a number of students. And so we're really, really proud that it's not just about, for example, if you happen to have dance in your upbringing or could afford dance lessons, it's, hey, I'm interested in learning more about myself and I want this opportunity. That also happened to be the year we established a nonprofit. So we do have a nonprofit board that supports our activities in a variety of ways, including volunteers, helping with fundraising, supporting our events. We're really, really blessed with that. And we do have, under typical circumstances, a pretty healthy ongoing set of dance workshops we offer in the community. We're looking forward to going back to that. It's probably our best outreach tool. Every year I ask students, how many of you came to a dance workshop when they're in my classroom as freshmen? And a large majority of them say, yes, I've been in here before, even maybe when I was little. So that's an important thing. And then I just want to mention how important it is for us, given our geography, to have some working relationship with professional dance companies. Keeps our kids humble, makes them hungry. And there are times where we are able to bring guest artists in to support some of our work. So that's very, very meaningful. This is just a brief overview of our program sequence. I have a little star here next to Dance 3 Choreography Honors, because this year in particular, and really across all of our courses, we emphasized some shifts in our standards, which I'll get into in just a moment, but this whole emphasis on dance for camera. If I think about what am I taking forward from this COVID year, it will definitely be ensuring that our students learn how to film, use various camera angles, learn how to edit, and submit 1-minute videos of their work. It's actually pretty awesome. They're doing such awesome stuff. So there will be some of that featured in our show coming up in about a week and a half. And we also are looking ahead to next year as part of my role as CTE teacher on special assignment. I have been working and collaborating with Brianna Beebe, and across all our CTE spaces, we're looking at ways to provide internship opportunities for students. So yes, they get to teach each other within our program, but they also may have some opportunities to move beyond their presence here at Nordhoff, which is exciting. And our funding sources, you can see, if I go back to like year one, none of this was like this. I just want to say this has been a process of building and really being able to leverage and connect our program with all of the support that is available. We have been very, very fortunate this year to raise $8,000 towards hosting our event next weekend, and also to receive support from the district beyond that to help with being able to make this event even possible for our students. We've been very committed to the idea that we're going to do whatever we can. That's why we're calling our show Dance Anyway, just to make that happen. And then do know we are very blessed to have periodic grants that come up from various parts of the community. And this year in particular, we definitely are seeing the impact of COVID. We typically have Saturday school money that we raise sort of on a passive level. This year, because of this shift in how attendance funding is collected, we don't have that money. So we'll be doing some problem solving about how to address that in the future. That money helps support our program assistant and technical director. And we couldn't do what we do without her. So we're really, really fortunate to have her. And she's an alumni as well. This is just a brief glance at some of the things that, let's call it like the things that COVID caused. And I would say there are some real diamonds here. We filmed an entire 5-minute dance in front of a green screen in November. I never would have guessed that would have happened. We also streamed a virtual performance in January that I've actually been asked to share with other teachers statewide coming up in June at the CTE Arts, Media, and Entertainment Conference. So I'll be presenting 2 sessions about how we did that and also the social emotional learning sort of behind the scenes. How did we do it within the classroom setting? And then of course we do have our show coming up, and believe it or not, most of our show is going to be duets with a few small ensembles. So it's the first time we're really, because of COVID, really trying to limit our numbers and and trying something new. So it definitely has been a wild ride. I'll just call it that. So here's the information about our show. We hope that you all will consider coming. We still have some tickets available. Our tickets are definitely limited, and we will be outdoors on the quad. We, through CTE funding, have acquired an outdoor dance floor. We're very excited to put that down on Friday. So very, very pleased that we can make that happen for our students. Very brief glance at data from our alumni. You can see that I did send out actually this request for feedback from about 60 of the students who I happen to have following us on social media. And so they were able to get back to us. We'll still continue to collect this data over time. But in terms of motivation, physical wellness, connecting with others, emotional wellness, creativity, academic emphasis, we feel like we're really doing a good job supporting our students. I'm not going to read this to you. I know the board has already received a copy of this, but some of the key words that stand out here are things like releasing stress, expressing myself, memories. Dance has helped me so much emotionally. So very, very grateful that we could make this season happen for our students. It couldn't have come without the support of our administrative leadership and certainly the support of our parents. And I'll leave you with this slide. We know that tonight you'll be talking about the LCAP, and we just recognize that dance and really all of arts education is so critical to helping meet those goals when it comes to these various areas. You know, I feel like first of all, so blessed that we have the program that we do. Truly, only 2% of California high school students are engaged in dance education. And so because we have what we have, we are so fortunate, and our students know it. I make sure that they're aware of that. And so the gratitude in this space is very, very clear and evident. Anyhow, I'm open for any questions. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. Anything else I can share or answer, I'd be happy to.
I have a quick question for you, Kim. It sounded like, and I'm not sure I heard you right, but it sounded like the dance program started in 2004-2005 school year. And was it a CTE program or later it became CTE?
Originally, it started as a Dance 1 course. We had 20 students. It was a course for physical education credit. It still is a class for PE credit at the freshman level. And then a year later, it was double the size. And it ended up being a class of like 35. And then we realized we couldn't really fit 35 people in here. And then a year later, it was 2 classes. And then maybe a year or 2 later, then it was Dance 1 and Dance 2. But really, we did not become a CTE program until the fall of 2015 is when we were first in discussions with the Career Education Center and actually with Dr. Morse about that potential. And so that shift happened really with the curriculum writing for choreography honors in spring of 2016. So really we're only just, 5 years into having a CTE pathway. Good question.
And was the building built for dance class? That was the original intention?
Actually, this was intended to be the choir room. So the backstory is when we had been told that we would move in here, it was going to be a temporary move, and there had been an intention to build a performing arts center with a separate dance studio where the A&B wing are currently, and that did not materialize for a variety of reasons. And so therefore we are here, and we do share the space with choirs in here after school. Although this year have not been because of COVID.
Right. Thank you.
Anyone else with questions? Rebecca?
I more of a comment, and I don't know. Miss Hoy is so modest that she would never tell you this, but among arts, media, and entertainment teachers statewide, Kim Hoy is a model. Like, so many people look up to her and her program, and we are so very lucky to have Miss Hoy. And I was working with her in a group of dance teachers to help develop that choreography class, A to G approved class many, many years ago. And just, I am so happy that we have this program in Ojai. And I know that Kim just pours her heart and soul into this program. And it's really a huge benefit and helps so many students just express themselves and figure out who they are and find their love of dance. So very grateful for this program.
Thank you. I'll try not to blush too hard.
Michael?
Yes, actually, you must have read my mind. I'm just reflecting on how robust a program this is and how rare it is for very small districts to have strong ancillary type arts and type programs. I know I went to a small school, we didn't have anything. And we had classes, that was it. There was summer school where we got all of this kind of stuff. And so to be able to do this all year long in a prolonged, continuous way, to actually make it a potential career track in a district our size is phenomenal. So that's all I can say is just keep doing what you're doing. It's fabulous.
Thank you. We're at the point where we are seeing our alumni start to branch into dance education themselves. And so what's really exciting is knowing that, who knows where they'll go and where they'll end up and how they will help to build the field, because dance is one of the areas that is now a credentialed subject. So teachers can actually become credentialed in dance as of next school year. So that's a very exciting thing. And that's, I think, a wonderful reflection of a lot of work that's been done at the state level. But I think it's really meaningful to students because they don't realize that I love to dance, right? It's a joy, but then they also don't realize, well, later on you can use that as a way to help spread self-awareness and joy and happiness. And for me, I was a psychology teacher. Some of you may know that. So I was a psych teacher for the first 6 years of my career. And so for me, there is just such a confluence between the two subject areas, even though it's not necessarily, built right into the curriculum. There's just such an opportunity for self-reflection. I'm really proud of the students because of that. So thank you for the kind comments.
Kevin?
Yeah, I'll just add, I think as we all know, we recently looked at the core values of this district, and one of them is creativity. And I don't think we can ever take for granted how important it is for those who send their kids, particularly to our high school, the importance of arts at the high school, whether it's music, musical theater, dance, your husband, acting. Those are all things that are major determinants about where people will go to school, especially in a valley where there are a lot of potential offerings and where money's not always an issue. So I really, thank you for all you're doing, and I love that we have this periodic focus on the arts and creativity.
Thank you very much. I remember back in 2015 when we had our accreditation that the arts at our school, it was the #1 strength of this school. And so I think it's really critical that we continue to place that as a priority, and not just dance, but all of the arts. And I would just say I would welcome any opportunity to look at how we can make arts equitably accessible at any other level. We're very, very fortunate in a school of our size to have what we have. I've already been asked, would Nordhoff consider applying for this statewide arts education award next year? And I said, I'll get back to you about that. So give us a little bit of time. But definitely for a school of our size, we're pretty remarkable. So thank you for the kind comments.
And that really is because of you, Kim. I mean, you have created this program, you have expanded this program, you have brought the life and heart into it, and we are extremely lucky, and we know it.
I get to run the program I always wanted in high school, so therefore I can't argue too badly. I went to a bigger high school. I will not name it right now, but another high school in the county, and we did not get to have anything like this, but we definitely got all the things that didn't work. I learned all the things that were not good early on, and that made me hungry bring this to students. So I'm grateful for the opportunity, and let's just keep making good art where I think students have that chance to be able to say what they cannot say. I think that's the big thing for students is, wow, I can use my body to create letters. I can use my body to create gestures and symbols, and that's okay, and there's nothing wrong, and I have a safe container for those emotions. And I think truly that is a huge issue for us coming out of this COVID time, is how can we be very thoughtful about creating safe spaces where, there's going to be adjustment and challenge and frustration, and we're going to work through that. I think that's really what the arts allows, whether it's art, dance, theater, or music, and really also media arts as well. I've seen some incredible video work done by students. So I just want to honor that it's not just about kind of the perceived top four. I think really media arts is part of what we do as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Kim, for coming. I really appreciate it and sharing that with us.
Tiffany, anything else on this presentation? No?
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. We'll move on to 5.2, which is our monitoring student learning during COVID. Our tracking student.
So this is not intended to be a long presentation, but just to share with you in preparation for the Extended Learning Opportunities Grant plan that you will see later today, this evening, about how we're kind of tracking our data. So in elementary, we use STAR Reading and STAR Math. And so this is just to share with you an overview about where we are in the district right now using STAR data. And so you can see in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade where we are, and at or above on watch intervention. What is interesting about this is that our math is actually higher than it has been in the past. We're excited to continue to see our math scores improve. We feel like we have some great programs in place. So our math scores are actually at or above is higher than our reading scores, which is interesting. We also, of course, are implementing our RAFT program, and you don't see that necessarily in the 3rd grade. It's in our lower grades, but we look forward to seeing those students move up. And then eventually we would expect to see fewer students who are in this urgent intervention kind of category, because we're able to address their needs and their reading needs earlier in their school career. We also, as we've talked about a number of times, are working on our PLC data, or professional learning communities. And really the goal of our PLCs is to identify essential standards and then to work to ensure that all students meet those essential standards. And so this is the work this year. We've really been able to dig into that data. And in elementary, if you remember, we had TOSAs, teachers on special assignment, who were helping us to identify those essential standards and helping us to identify ways of assessing those essential standards. And so this is just an example of an essential standard. So this is read and write, multi-digit, number use, spaced in numerals, number names, and expanded form. Okay, so this first column would be a teacher who taught this standard and then tested students, assessed students to find out where they were. And you can see we have red means that the students were below grade level in that standard, yellow far below. Yellow means that they were below grade level, and then green means like they got that standard, they're ready to move on. And so the first time that this teacher A looked at this, we had a number of students who were far below grade level and a number of students who were below grade level. So we provided an opportunity for reteaching and then reassessing. And you can see the next time that really we have one student who didn't take it, and only one student out of 28 who was still far below grade level. And so that's where we would move into. If you remember, Dr. Knox shared an pyramid of multi-tiered systems of support. that shows what we do with students who are far below grade level and what we do with students who are exceeding. And so we would probably move that student who's still far below grade level into another method of support. And then you can see here the same kind of data for teacher B. And so really our PLC work is teachers coming together, looking at this data on the essential standards, and then tracking how students are doing, and then talking about how do we reteach and what do we do with those students who are, you know, maybe red or in yellow. But you can see that with this targeted approach, we are really working to ensure that all students understand and are at grade level on the essential standards that we identify. So that's one way that we're tracking. At the middle school, we've been using IXL data, and we have IXL data for both math and English language arts, but we just showed you math here. And so you can see students have a score in all of the different functions. So we're just showing you a little bit on the screen, but numbers and operations, algebra and algebraic thinking, fractions, geometry, measurement, probability, statistics. So all of these, they have scores on. And then you can see out of, I believe it's 1,000. Is that right, Kelly? I don't know if you can't see. Oh, I believe the scores, the top score.
Yeah, I believe the top score is 1,000 as well.
Yeah. Or it might be different for different areas. But so then we color code students based on how they're doing. And then we target, again, our intervention to students who need assistance. And we target that intervention to their specific areas where they need assistance. So for example, you can see this student here did okay on numbers and operations, but really needs some assistance in our algebraic thinking standards. And so the great thing about IXL is as students are in the program, they continue to get scores. And so we can see their progress towards standards mastery on a regular basis as they're utilizing the IXL program.
Dr. Morris, I'd like to clarify, actually, I believe that the scores are indicating grade levels. So where it says 730, my understanding is that that's grade 7, month 3. And as the student is an 8th grader, then the score is being assessed based upon their grade level.
Got it. So the 1,000 is really kind of where we would
expect a 10th grader to be.
Got it. And you can see that, yeah, this is kind of what we were talking about, that there's different scores here. Thank you for clarifying. As I mentioned, Dr. Knox put this report together and I am giving it for her. But as we go through this, what you can see is also highly valuable is that our parents can see their students' IXL reports on a regular basis. So they can see this is a real student's report. So you can see where your student is and how they're progressing while they're working in the program. Anything to add, Kelly, since you're here for this?
No, the nice thing about IXL, in addition to it providing students with a very clear picture and a breakdown of the areas inside, inside each specific area or content area, is that it's also providing them with an opportunity to practice in each of these areas. So students can actually give themselves self-directed learning in each of these areas. So if I was a student and I looked at this report and I thought, oh, my measurement score is low, but holy moly, look at my data statistics and probability score. That might be something I can work on independently also in IXL, because it is an adaptive, responsive program. It gives instantaneous feedback and adapts directly to a student's individual needs. So it also provides a lot of individualized support. And we've been very excited. Our teachers who are integrating this into their regular classroom, like daily activities, are seeing dramatic improvements, even in a very short period of time. One of my 6th grade math teachers was showing me data that she was so excited about because her students, some of them had made over a year and a half in some instances, actually, of grade level improvement in specific areas. So
The other thing that we can eventually do as we become more skilled with this program is we can identify if there are particular skills from a lower grade level that continue to come up. So, you know, if we find that some of these, for example, 4th grade standards or 3rd grade standards are coming up over and over again, we can work with our teachers in 3rd and 4th grade about how they might be assessing and reteaching those and potentially identifying those as essential standards that would help students to be successful when they go into middle school. So,
and vertically integrate with the high school as well, so that they can prepare and understand where the kids are coming from, where their strengths and weaknesses are as they plan.
So we don't have this at the high school yet. It's something that is an option to us, but we have not yet moved forward with that. But as we look at some of what we are going to do for learning loss mitigation, I just wanted to share with you how we are from really elementary and middle school tracking students' knowledge on essential standards and reteaching and reassessing to help monitor their growth and development over time.
Thank you. I was actually talking to a teacher who's not in the public school system, and she was really impressed. I was talking about levered, sort of the same idea, where you're really finding out as a teacher where that particular student has an issue and addressing that with that student, and how excited we are to, you know, kind of see where that progress takes us in the next 2 years. Is there any comments or questions from the board? Shelley?
So I'm just confirming what I think I heard is that IXL is both diagnostic and the tool that the kids use in the classroom or at home, right? So when I'm hearing IXL at home, it's the same thing. Just making sure. And is there, we see that it has individual student breakdowns, but does it have more global breakdown for school or for grade level or?
It does. And what we're hoping to do is to provide to you at some point in the future, depending on what we decide to do with state testing, to provide to you a snapshot of where students started and then where they were able to end the year.
And so along those lines, are other districts using this, and is it comparable? It's not, I assume it's not public, their global look, you know. I know that one of the concerns that I'm hearing from parents about the state testing is that you can be able to compare it with other schools in the district. And I just wondered if other schools are using this in the same way.
I don't know about in Ventura County. I think one of the things that is important about both the PLC data at the elementary and about the IXL data is it's really about standards-based competencies. And so it's not intended necessarily to compare students on a normal distribution bell curve, right, and to see where you fall. It's more about what standards and skills have you mastered at grade level, and where do you need to continue to grow. And so they're really kind of two different types of assessments, the ones where we would compare across districts versus the ones where we would compare to grade level standards. And for us, you know, in our work with our PLCs and even our academic vision for the district is really about students mastering essential standards at grade level.
Got it. Thank you for that. That helps me understand. That was all.
Rebecca?
In the learning process of this, what I love about this program is that students are able to, like, I am not about punitive grading. I love to see mastery and growth, and like when students take a test and they are not mastering it yet, but they're able to go back in and figure out what they're not mastering, like that's true learning. And this gives them that opportunity, instead of having a snapshot in time to say, oh, you're good or you're bad. This says, oh, this is where you are, and this is how we can get you to where you need to be. So what a valuable tool for our students and teachers to be able to use. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Michael?
Yeah, I did have a question on the PLC data, the teaching and then the reteaching. What is this? What is that cycle? I mean, is that like how often does that happen in a semester?
I think it
Yeah.
depends on the subject, on the I think it depends. Angie may be able to talk to that specifically about at the kindergarten level.
I'm here. Say the question again.
I'm looking at the reteaching, and the reteaching results are really impressive. And I'm just wondering, like, what's the cycle time on something like that? Does it happen more than once in a semester? Is it like you do one assessment and then do the reteaching, and how does that work?
At kindergarten, we discussed that we wanted to have more of a 2 to 3 week turnaround instead of like the trimesters. It just didn't make sense. It's like, what's the point of doing it if you're going to wait all that time? So our PLC group, when we discussed what we wanted to do, we said, okay, we sort of just scheduled them out and said, okay, we're going to talk about it and we'll have our assessment done by this time. You have this much time to do your reteaching and then input your scores and see where we're at, with the idea that when we meet as a group, then if we're still struggling with students being successful, we can talk to collaborate and say, why are you being successful and why am I not?
So there's still time to turn it around.
Yeah, just to keep turning it around, and with the idea that 2 to 3 weeks, 3 weeks is actually sort of on the outside,
right?
But this year, especially, the 3 weeks seems to make sense because the kids and kindergarten, because kindergarten is like, they're still just trying to figure out how to be at school. So TK and K, right?
Right.
And I think it makes a difference in how frequently we're able to have PLC time and collaboration time. So in a perfect implementation of PLCs, we would have daily or weekly collaboration time for PLC work, and we don't have a schedule yet that supports that. But ideally, if I'm teaching the water cycle, for example, I might teach a couple of units, do a short assessment, look at my data, compare with my colleagues, go to the next piece of the water cycle, do a short assessment, right? So that I'm not getting to the end of my unit on the water cycle and realizing that kids didn't understand the word evaporation, for example. So because that would be problematic. And so really it has to do a lot with how we can structure it, is how frequently you're able to do that. And of course, as a teacher, you can do it, but part of the value of this is really looking at that data holistically across the grade level. And as Angie mentioned, collaborating for improvement in learning.
Thank you.
Kevin?
Yeah, I think Michael kind of hit it. One of the things I was wondering, and it makes sense to me, your response makes sense, Tiffany, in that I guess intuitively my question was, well, if there isn't mastery at some point in time, and then you go further in time, and you're talking about grade level, you obviously, in further in time, you would be expected to know even more in grade level. So then you're retesting historical stuff, but then what about the new stuff? So definitely it makes sense to me that this is being done sort of quickly and iteratively, because you don't want to just sort of get to the end and go, oh, well, we didn't learn it, and then push into some new time frame. But the other question was the same one I asked last time we talked about this a little, which is, how is this information getting to the parents, if at all?
The parents have with the IXL, we've been communicating to parents how they can access that data report to see the grade level standards and where students are. So in IXL, it kind of comes as part of the package. Levered also has parent data and reporting that can be a piece of that. In terms of the English language arts at elementary, I don't think that we have a system, a cohesive system that provides like a report to parents at this point. But it is part of our standards-based report cards that ultimately go home. And then in parent-teacher conferences, we also discuss student progress. So it's a little bit in English language arts, it's not as accessible to the parents in an immediate basis, but in the other ways, we have access for parents to see where their students are.
For the same reason, I think that it makes sense to me that you would do this iteratively with the teacher. It would make sense to me to give parents iterative information as well, especially parents who are engaged with trying to, help their kids. It seems like it would be helpful for them to sort of know where the kid is, in a kind of a continual basis. Now, if a kid is well below standards, does that kick into some different regime?
Yeah, so that's where the student would enter intervention. And as you saw in the presentation, typically if students are well below, for example, at Matilaha, we invite them to intervention. This year, for our students who are well below grade level in English language arts, we're inviting them to our reading program over the summer so that we can help develop literacy skills, which is funded, and you will see in our expanded learning opportunities plan later this evening. So yes, there is definitely a remediation plan for students when we can identify that they're not successful. And I would just share that, this is relatively new to us. We've been working on this, but this idea of really being able to work with data on a regular basis, I think we're honing those skills last year and this year. And so it's always a work in progress. And I think your feedback, Kevin, about providing as much data to parents is definitely the next step of where we would like to go with this work.
I think also that chart that showed, what the student, it had suggestions on what the student can work on in the IXL. That's helpful to parents as well if they have access to that, because they could say, hey, let's do a little work on your algebraic functions or whatever. I do, Shelley, I think you were talking about this, the IXL versus comparative. I think there's a juxtaposition, that one thing is what's really important for my individual child, right? How am I helping my child advance and get what they need to be at grade level versus that sort of SBAC report of, well, how is Ojai Unified doing compared to Ventura County, compared to the state? So for me, what's more valuable to our students and families is the IXL, because it's more than just once a year. And it's really specific to that person's child. So I appreciate that focus. And I've been excited about the PLCs for a while. And I think, interestingly enough, COVID has provided us an opportunity to do more of that, because our teachers have Friday afternoons to get that opportunity to discuss those things, which they wouldn't have in a normal year. Any other questions, comments? Thank you for sharing that. We'll move on to 5.3, which is our homeschool and distance learning options for the next school year, 2021 and 22.
And I'm going to share my screen once again with you. And so this is very short, just an overview for you and for parents about where we are with distance learning options next year. You've seen some version of this chart before, but our plan currently is to implement the online programs in 6th through 12th grade that we had previously started last year to some degree. So having Matilaha online and Nordhoff online for families who really want a more flexible schedule and less on-campus instruction. Our current platform is Edgenuity. We are always open to looking for better products that may provide a better learning environment for students, but right now it's Edgenuity, and we've been figuring out how to work with that. There's some things in Edgenuity that sometimes we take advantage of it, but we could probably do a better job on, and that would be customizing what's in the course so that it's not we can, on the back end, teachers can pick and choose. We want you to do this, 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 but not this, 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 rather than like, here's the whole course and everything that comes with it. So we're learning how to facilitate that kind of customized course. We also in Matilah Online and Nordhoff Online have the electives can be embedded, or students can enroll in face-to-face electives on campus. So you could be in Nordhoff Online and you could still take Kim Hoy's dance class if that's something that you were interested in doing. We have in our both online programs, we have a teacher who's assigned to monitor face-to-face or virtually. Our goal is to have daily check-ins, either virtually or in person, but depending on how students are doing, we would gradually release that frequency of check-in. Students can choose up to 2 classes at school as long as we have space and they can still participate in sports and activities, dances, movie nights, athletics, etc. You can enroll in this just by going to the regular OHI Unified Enrollment form. And when you click on Matilah or Nordhoff and fill out that form, there's the online school has just a checkbox to say you'd like to enroll there. I will say that one of the things that is brought up in basically every meeting that I'm in around statewide advocacy is about the rules for independent study and online learning. Next year, I was in a meeting yesterday with the state superintendent, Tony Thurman, and probably a dozen legislators, and they don't agree on whether or not distance learning should be offered next year. They don't agree on what rules there should be. It was actually quite fascinating to watch. So we are, and of course we don't have those rules yet. So there's a lot of angst in the general education community about what are the rules going to be next year. We believe that these online programs fall within the current independent study guidelines, and that we don't need additional legislation to be able to offer these programs. And given the number of students that we currently have returning in person, which is about 70% at our secondary programs, we don't believe that there will be a greater need for online or distance learning. Some districts have 10% or 15% of students returning, and so they have a little bit of a different issue than we have. For our families that would like to continue in elementary school with a more homeschool option, or in secondary with an option that isn't just Edgenuity, that isn't entirely online, then we would encourage those families to attend Summit School. We are working on where the physical location for Summit School will be next year. We, of course, have classrooms located at Summit, but we also currently have satellite locations. So we have a teacher working here at the district office. So families who would like to come and meet with her here can do that. And so we're looking at maintaining 1 or possibly 2 satellite options for families. And so really at Summit, if you are in TK through 6th grade, it's more of a homeschool model, meaning your parents are the primary providers of instruction. And then we work with you to determine what that looks like, what curriculum makes sense for you. And it's a collaborative process. And then really for 7 through 12, it's more independent study, meaning that the parents may not be providing, for example, the 12th grade physics instruction. That might be coming through Edgenuity, or it might be coming through dual enrollment with community college or some other option. So really Summit is truly personalized learning, where we work with the families to determine what's the best model for them based on their child and their goals for educational learning. And so next year we won't have, this year we have a homeschool option for families who didn't want to participate in regular Zoom meetings for distance learning. Next year, those families, we would encourage them if they want to stay on homeschool. Certainly we have a program for that, and it's Summit. So we didn't build out a separate homeschool program, but families can enroll in Summit. If you enroll in Summit and you would like to attend Rocktree Sky as an optional enrichment, that's available, but it is certainly not required, and not all of our students in Summit attend Rocktree Sky. And the way to enroll in that is to go to the Ojai Unified School District enrollment form and then just pick Summit. That's the end of this.
I have a quick question. The on-campus activities at the Metellaha and Nordhoff, is that saying you must take at least 2 classes on campus in order to do those, or?
Yeah.
I mean,
Just to say you can. So those might be elective classes, for example, or maybe you don't want to do math online. You'd like to attend a core math class. So.
Or Spanish or something.
Or Spanish or whatever that may be.
Okay. And then the elementary school, I love the idea of the satellite spots, because I know it might be hard for some families to get up the hill. And then also just to reiterate for people that so this year they had the option of being sort of Miramonte distance learning, you know, Topa distance learning, but next year it will be, if you're doing distance learning, you're a Summit student, right? Shelley? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I don't have any questions.
Rebecca?
Do we have a limit or a cap on the enrollment at Summit School?
So we have what we call right now a soft cap. So that's based on ensuring that families who sign up, one, that we have staffing, because there are ratios that we have to follow in terms of the essentially caseload of independent study teachers or homeschool teachers, which are really put in place to ensure that we don't have charter schools that are doing non-classroom based and have, 100 kids per teacher and, not providing quality education. So we sometimes have to balance the number of students who can attend, and then we have a waiting list. And then once we have enough students on that waiting list to add FTE, full-time equivalent, add sections to teachers, then we may do that. So for example, if we have a teacher that's like at a 0.6, and we have 10 kids on the waiting list, then we would move that teacher from 0.6 to 0.8, right? So it's not so much that there's a cap, it's that we need the number of students to ratio to teacher to be acceptable and legal. And then we also work with Rocktree Sky to ensure that they have enough space for families who want to enroll in Summit and attend Rocktree Sky. And so we are in current conversations with them to ensure to kind of set some numbers for next year. We also are working on space. Space is an issue right now at Summit because we have both the Rocktree Sky program and our program. And so we need to look at some additional options for space, which is also mitigated somewhat by the satellite. So is there a cap? Not a hard cap, but there may be a waiting list that takes us a little bit of time to move through appropriately for staffing. But this year we were able to accommodate all of the students who were on the wait list.
And do we have for the online program at the secondary schools, do we have limits on that too, or?
Yeah, it's 10% of, currently the independent study rules are 10% of a program. So at Nordhoff, that would be 73 students, for example, 50 students at Metellaha. So we have not come close to that 10% cap yet.
Gotcha. And do we have a time frame in which parents need to enroll in the online program?
No, and we really try and provide as many flexible options as possible. So let's say that you start at Metellaha and you find that it's not working, or sometimes we have students with health issues, right, that come up in particular grade. And so we want you to be able to stay with us in Ojai Unified. And so we want you to be able to enroll in the program that best suits your needs. So we try and maintain as much fluidity as we can between programs while still maintaining our sanity of our administrators and our teachers.
Yeah, I know that's a strain on staff to be that flexible, and such a huge benefit to our families to be able to do that. So thank you for that.
Just a quick follow-up to Rebecca's. With Rock Tree Sky, do we also have some ratio that we insist upon in terms of staff to students?
No, they don't fall under the same guidelines as the independent study. So they don't, they're an enrichment program and they're certified separately. So we don't have rules that we impose for them on class sizes, but I do believe they actually are under our class size ratios that we use with our teachers.
And the 10% limit on the online, what's the basis for that? Where does that come from? Is that
the independent study rules? I anticipate that will be modified at some point as they're trying to sort out at the state what to do with distance learning next year. It's really interesting because I find in listening, gosh, probably 3 times this week to presentations about this, some people truly believe that the only way to learn is in person. And some people believe that we need options and flexibility. And so we are trying to, for us in our district, we're trying to provide that flexibility even before COVID. But there are definitely some people at the state level that don't believe that a quality education can be offered any other way than face-to-face in person. And so that's kind of why you see these caps on independent study, for example. But our goal is to offer a high quality program. One of the other things that's happening besides just the push and pull around what distance learning requirements will be is there's also charter school legislation that is up right now for consideration. The charter school legislation, even though we're not a charter school, incorporates non-classroom based and independent study to some degree. And so some of those rules, for example, requiring you to meet in person every 3 days would have an impact on us and have an impact on the teacher ratio and the caseload. So right now we're required to meet a minimum of once every 20 days. We meet more frequently than that, but we don't always meet with families once every 3 days because for some families that's more than they need. And so we're also carefully watching that charter school legislation to see how it might force us to modify our programs. But that's all kind of up in the air. So we know we have a program, we know broadly what it looks like, and then some of the details will be forthcoming as the state figures out where they need us to go.
Does that, I mean, I actually kind of like that cap. Wouldn't it affect our school, our size, or so small that if you have too many students, say, taking an online biology class, it affects your ability to give full sections to our teachers in person, right?
It could, although we generally would hire a teacher to oversee Edgenuity, so they are still our students. It kind of depends on what students are taking, and it's always a balance in a smaller high school to try and get the right number of students in a section and not have too few or too many. And so sometimes Edgenuity allows us just a little bit more flexibility to serve students. So for example, if we had a class and we had 43 students who wanted to take Spanish, for example, right, we would probably not put 43 students in a beginning Spanish class, but we could say, you know, maybe 4 or 5 of you would like to take that online. And then we would have the teacher still oversee that Spanish class and those students, but then we could still, those students would still be able to take Spanish rather than saying, sorry, the class is full.
Any other questions, Kevin? No. Michael?
I'm good, thanks.
Shelley, I saw you went unmute and then.
I did, and I changed my mind about saying anything, but now that you called on me. It just occurred to me as you were saying it that if we did suddenly have so many students who were going to our online programs, it would really make me ask the question why and what's going on campuses that kids are leaving. You know, I would, before raising a cap or anything like that, I'd have lots of questions.
Yeah, we have no intention of using this to replace our regular classroom instruction, right? It's an option for some families, and particularly for those families who would consider leaving the school if there wasn't another option, right? So for health reasons, for schedule reasons, for a variety of reasons, but this is
and that's basically what I was saying, is it totally makes sense. And I so appreciate that we have options for families who need options. But when that becomes the standard, it makes me wonder what's going on. So absolutely, there's always going to be families who need options. And I'm grateful that we have those to offer.
We're nowhere near 10% in our time offering this.
And I think you answered this question, Matilaha and Nordhoff, there would be a teacher assigned to those online students.
Yes.
Okay, I think we're done with that presentation. We'll move on to our consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor, Shelley?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Kevin?
Yes.
And Jane, aye. That passes 5-0. Sorry, I got to put my glasses back on. 6.2.1, approval of resolution 2021-25. Are there any questions?
So I would just share for the community that this is something that we do annually. It's the elimination of what we call PKS, particular kinds of service. This year it's 2 sections. One that we had added this year due to COVID that we probably won't be continuing next year. The other one is a section of an elective that has fewer students requesting to be in that class next year. So it's only 2 sections out of all of our programs.
I'll move to approve resolution 2021-25.
I'll second. All those in favor, Shelley?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Kevin?
Yes.
Jane? Aye. That passes 5-0. Is everyone okay if I do 2.2 and 2.3 together? Any questions? I'll move to approve 6.2.2 and 6.2.3.
I'll second. Kevin got it.
Okay, Kevin. Thank you. All those in favor, Shelley?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Kevin?
Yes, and I was going to say, what is Yugoslavia? Michael?
And Jane, yes, that passes 5-0. 6.2.4, registered behavioral technician position, a new position. Any questions?
I think there's a public comment.
Bill Miley had a comment on that.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I've lost track of those. I hope I didn't miss anything.
I don't
Really.
think so.
Yep, first one. Thank you. Bill Miley, I am impressed with the potential for this community college certificated discipline. I support approval. Am I reading the right one? Okay, sorry. I support approval, eventually more than one. Star of California Profit Psychological Learning Company is a competitor as they are hiring such all over California, paying $17 to $25 per hour.
And I would say this is really, it's a new position for us, but it's really a correct classification of people that we have that have not had this particular position description and classification. So it's not that we're hiring new people necessarily, it's that we have not had this as an option for classifying people in a job description for them. And Katrina, if there's anything you'd like to add, you're welcome to.
The position entails a lot more than our other staff that's in, I think their title is intensive behavior staff, and they have ABA training. The registered behavior technicians, they actually have to do a much more involved training that includes data analysis as well. And in order for them to keep their certification, a behavior specialist has to provide so many hours per week of supervision to make sure that they're up on all their skills and all of that. So it's much more involved than the like 1-time or 2-time ABA training that our staff has to work with students, which really helps us in a lot of ways. But with some students, we do need a higher level of training and support to help implement what they need to make progress and to, be acclimated to the school setting.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second. All those in favor, Shelley?
Aye.
Rebecca? Michael?
Aye.
Kevin?
Yes.
Jane? Aye. That passes 5-0. Sorry, item 6.2.5, approval of resolution, dismissal, release of certificated management employees.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor, Shelley?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Kevin?
No.
And Jane, aye. That passes 4-1. 6.3.1, building asset reducing risks BARR program.
I'd like to introduce Kelly Stone, who will be our principal at Matilaha next year, currently our assistant principal. And Michelle Valenzuela, teacher at Matilaha. And also Margaret Hendrickson wanted to be here tonight, but couldn't make it. And so we have some comments from her as well. And with that, Kelly, I think you can share your screen.
Thanks so much, Tiffany. Am I sharing? Are you?
No.
No? Okay, hold on just a moment. Let me see what I just did. I apologize. Thank you so much for inviting us to present this evening. We are here, Michelle and I, who is one of our fantastic 6th grade teachers and is also a parent here at Matilaha, to share an exciting new program that we would like you to consider for implementation here at Matilaha.
Kelly, can you put it in present mode?
Yes, I can. I'm going to put it in present mode on the first slide though. How's that? So this is background information on BARR for you to review. And one of the things that I have experienced in the past year is this fantastic opportunity, of course, to engage with the many stakeholders at Matilaha. And several common themes have emerged from parents, faculty members, and students regarding areas that they think need improvement and attention here at Matilaha. In addition to these shared concerns, though, it's also evident that we have this wonderful set of shared values. Everyone is very engaged and committed to equity and compassion and community. And all of these things are inspiring us to do better for our kids and for our valley as a whole. Everyone seems to agree that we need to better serve our students with regard to academic excellence as they push themselves in the classroom, to fully integrate our 6th grade team into a comprehensive middle school experience, and to support students who may be struggling academically and socially. Some of the most exciting moments I've had this year at Matilaha have been watching teachers create grade level teams and work together, examining data in order to find personalized and holistic ways to address these challenges in our new intervention program. Their hard work has motivated all of us to go searching for more and better systematic tools and solutions that are going to focus on the deep relationship between social emotional connections and academic outcomes. In this search, we found BARR and invited a group of teachers to hear a presentation about BARR from the team at the organization. BARR is actually an acronym, and it stands for Building Assets and Reducing Risks. And it is a comprehensive school program that was founded in a school and has been refined over the past 20 years on the ground in schools all over the United States. And this program is unique because it focuses on the deep connection between relationships and data.
It's my turn. I'm Michelle Valenzuela, and I have the unique advantage of being a special education teacher here at Mintillaha. And I've been a special education teacher in the district for, it's been nearly 20 years, believe it or not. It went by so fast. And I am able to, based on my job, I'm able to formulate these relationships with kids that are very intentional because I have a very small, population of kids that I serve, on a daily basis, but I have small class sizes. And what I found with BARR is that when I asked the question about, is this going to eliminate some of these, quick, we have these very quick need to want to assess kids because we're very concerned about their learnings and about their learning. And we have a very high special education population or a population of kids with IEPs. And what they said is yes, it does, because what it helps teachers do across the board is allows them to form these very intentional relationships with students. And then the teachers form these relationships and they're able to kind of become their case manager. And so every student has that type of team looking out for them on however many times we are able to meet, which is weekly, I believe is what we're going to be doing. And so they can talk about their shared students and figure out what's working for this student, what's not working for this student. And so the team collaborates together, then the teachers go out and they're able to really then figure out, know what's working for other teachers and form this bond with the student. And then it generates into the student-student relationship. And so what we saw is that it just becomes a very unique perspective that all teachers are able to get. And it's not just the special educators anymore who are able to form that deep relationship with the kids.
So we'd like to take a moment in the presentation to share with you a video about BARR. It's from a BARR school so that you can hear directly from students, teachers, and administrators about how this program has impacted their school site.
When I look at a student, there is a backstory. There's something else going on here. It's not just what's happening in my classroom.
Can you hear it?
Suicidal thoughts, eating disorders, dad's in jail, homelessness. I don't just look at them and go, work harder. I look at them and go, what's the roadblock? What can we do to help them overcome their roadblocks and move forward? Is that one? How many are in there? Okay, so that's 2. You're good now.
When you're 15 years old, you are navigating a lot, and not every kid is at the same level of maturity. The goal isn't that you come up with the sentence, okay? I mean, that's our task. That's not the goal.
Coming in as a freshman, it can be hard. There's a lot of pressure from hockey to just life. I think at one time I honestly had 4 Fs. I just wasn't there. I was struggling with depression. I was just struggling to find my place in school.
Lots of 9th graders struggle, and Keegan's a great kid, but he was struggling, and we spent a lot of time pulling him aside, talking about his goals, talking about how can we get him back on track, spending extra time with him.
When they're in an environment that really cares about them, they actually feel like they can learn. with the BARR program, it takes a really large school and makes it a little bit more like home. Students have 3 core teachers, and they all kind of see each other in those classes, and they get to know each other a little bit more. It's more of a family environment.
I could just feel them, like they cared, and that was big for me at the time because I didn't feel like many people cared, and really helped me boost my confidence level, walking through the halls, opening the books. So if they care about me, I'm gonna show them that I care about what they're trying to teach me.
In terms of real tangible data, our failure rate has dropped. Academic achievement has increased. Kids have a better sense of why they're here. They feel better about being here. There are crisis situations that we've averted because we were aware of students and getting them the help that they need. Those are huge successes.
Ninth grade year though, like you actually really came through for me and helped me out to get me here where I am today. So
a program like this requires relationships. It's a lot of work, and teachers are really committed to kids to make it work. All of that takes time before school, after school. It's worth it.
You can go down the hill, and once you're down there, like you can keep going, and you can just feel like no one cares, no one wants me to be great. But that's so untrue because every teacher in this school wants you to thrive as a person, as a student.
Kids give me hope, and you see the potential, and to have an opportunity to influence their potential is an honor. So that's why we do it.
Oh. I like that the video says it takes a valley at the end. So I do feel like it takes a valley. It's going to take the whole valley. As a classroom educator for over 25 years, I know, and Michelle spoke to this as well, and so does the video, that relationships matter in academic success. The old adage that kids don't care how much you know until they know how much you care is true and is reflected and deeply embedded in this. Because in building those trusting and caring relationships with students, they become more willing to take risks, to fail forward, and to push themselves to do better than they even thought they could do themselves. And I think the most satisfying moments that I've ever had as an educator was hearing from students later on that my belief in them and the relationship that we had made them believe in themselves and push themselves to do more than they thought they were even capable of. And I'm sure that most educators have had moments like this, and that they have stories, and that these stories are also being supported by a significant body of educational research that's showing, right, and proving that when students have relationships with a trusted adult in a school setting, that this is one of the most important factors in improving student motivation, in self-efficacy, and in stronger peer connections, and ultimately academic outcomes and achievement. This is what we're looking for from a systematic program to help improve teacher attitudes and behaviors, which are then going to result in improvements in student attitudes and student behaviors, and ultimately in academic outcomes. BARR's also demonstrated itself to be a fantastic tool for our toolbox, right, as we continue to address equity issues for students in the Ojai Valley. This data from peer-reviewed research examining students who were both in the BARR program and those who were not in the BARR program has demonstrated some statistically significant differences in outcomes for students of color, for low-income students, and also for young male students. So this is really exciting data to see from a program of this nature. And as I mentioned before, we did have a meeting with a core group of teachers here at Matilaha, of which Michelle is a part of. And after we saw the presentation, had a debriefing, and these are some of the things that they shared with me and with all of us. Michelle?
Yeah, and I'll just kind of paraphrase some of them. I mean, what we were most excited about was the fact that it provides support in all areas, academics, behavior, and social emotional development, because those all go together. Our teachers also focused on the fact that BARR provides these professional learning communities for us that allow us to focus on the needs of those students that we share. It gives clear data and what we're going to do with it. And we like that direction. It's like, here's the data, now this is what you do. There's built-in times so that we can actually do the work. And we have had beginnings of building in that time, but it's going to be more clearly defined for all. And then there's ongoing training and support from BARR as we go along. And that's important to us because we're not just like, okay, here's your training and now you're left to implement this on your own. They're part of our team. And so then it's a tiered also 3-year implementation process. And so they gradually, decrease the amount of time that they're with us, but that's after, 3 years when we have feel confident in what we're doing. And the fact also that the program came from a school and it's been proven to work in the school type setting for over 20 years and they've refined it. So the research is not just with business people, putting it together. And also that it's designed to improve attendance and academic outcomes and behaviors and everything that we need to address, especially as we're coming back onto campus and things that we're seeing are going on. And Margaret Henriksen, who wanted to be here, I'm not sure if you can read exactly what she said, but it is in quotation marks. And she's a huge supporter of this. And because she understands, as we all do, that building relationships with students is the number one thing we can do to get them involved in learning. The BARR model provides training, so we build those relationships and make those connections. The fact that it also helps staff build relationships with other staff is incredible. Students need these connections, but so does the staff. This could be a model we need to build the school culture and community that we want as teachers. So thank you.
I was so interested to see what Margaret had to say because she's such a data-driven person. And one of the things that she's been providing us with is reports and ongoing support with the IXL because of her background and experience in that. So it's interesting to me that she decided to focus on the relationship piece of BARR and not the data part, even though she understands and realizes and is very committed to data-driven instruction. So the final slide that we have is our BARR implementation timeline. This is what our years ahead would look like with regards to specialty trainings and support regarding implementation for the program. So it is over a 3-year period. And we like that too. The consistency and the growth over time was something that was very appealing to everyone in the group who heard the presentation. And that's all I have for you.
Thank you, Kelly and Michelle. Are there any questions, Shelley?
Yeah, I have questions. I just will say that I love the direction that this is going. This is one of the things that I delved into in my master's program last year or 2 years ago. I was really looking at relationships in education and how fundamentally important that work is. And so I'm really excited about this, but I have to admit my lack of understanding of what it actually is. So help me understand.
Absolutely. So Shelley, very, very basically, BARR is a student-centered, structured, professional learning community that exists among teachers, right? So students will be placed in not cohorts necessarily, but they will be in teams and 3 teachers will share approximately 80% of those students. It doesn't need to be discrete 100%. But then the idea is that that team of teachers is specifically assigned to those students as basically like a case manager, which is what Michelle was trying to allude to, that every child really deserves to have a case manager, someone who is working with a team of people, of experts, right, from different perspectives, who can provide input on what is motivating a child, what kinds of roadblocks that child may be experiencing, what's happening on a daily basis for that child, both at school and at home, and what the best strategies are we can utilize to support that child. And this is for all general education students at Matilaha. So that team-centered focus is really what we're looking for, and the opportunity to build those relationships between and among staff members, right, who are going to be working collaboratively to focus on supporting a student, right?
So
A
it
group
sounds
of
like
students.
it would take place of the advisory period that we were working with. And that, so would it require a lot of scheduling issues, because those kids are gonna
oh yes, very, lots of hand scheduling.
That's part of what they help us with.
That's one of the things that they support us with, absolutely, is helping to build the master schedule in such a way that allows for this access and these regular meetings. And that was one of the things we were seeing with these intervention teams that were built really organically among the staff, you know, as students were coming back this year, was all of a sudden they were working together weekly, talking to one another about students. And it was such a powerful experience that when we found BARR and we sat down, we were like, this is what they do. Like, we could actually take what we're doing right now and just improve upon it exponentially by utilizing the strategies and supports that they're able to provide for us. And that was one of the things that was most appealing, because once those relationships between and among teachers improve, they can also share with one another the strategies that they're finding to build relationships with the students they share.
Right.
So where Michelle—
And so is that where the data comes in?
Yes,
So
absolutely.
they're looking at what pieces of data are they looking
So
at?
many pieces of data. And that's the thing, we're looking right now just at this IXL data, right, that we have, but the student data pool that BARR helps us pull together includes academic, right, competencies and mastery with regards to standards data, grades, which we know are not always, right, directly in alignment with mastery, especially in secondary level, social emotional reports, behavior information, right, feedback from surveys, all kinds of different types of data that we can use holistically to understand what's going on with a individual child and or a group of kids.
And so then would the 3 teachers in this group be 6th, 7th, and 8th grade teachers? And so as the student moves through Matilaha, they're always with those same core teachers, or does it change every year?
I understand your question.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, in a secondary environment, more often than not, we're going to see students with a different team of teachers year over year, because the teams are really going to be not grade level distinct necessarily, but grade level heavy, right? If you're sharing 80% of your students, most of those students are going to be in the same grade level. But the fantastic thing is that those teams will be able to transition the next year, meet with the new teams, right? And actually effectively vertically integrate the program as well, year over year.
Jelly, we are too small to what you're talking about is called looping, and we're too small to both loop and have teams. And we have some credentialing issues between, there's a different credential at 6th grade for most of our teachers than there is at 7th and 8th grade. And so that really is one of our barriers to looping. Although I would just say, as a middle school teacher, I was both on teams and looped, and it was amazing.
I love looping.
And that's what I had read about too, is the idea of looping.
Yeah, but we just aren't able to do that at this time. But I'm a fan of looping, so someday maybe.
Okay. I think that's all. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate your answering all my questions.
Absolutely.
Rebecca?
I think that, you know, in the current COVID climate with students returning back, kind of being in isolation for a very long time, that it's super critical that we're building relationships with our kids right now. And I think that if we're creating a structure to make sure that the grasp is tight on our kiddos and we know where their issues are, I think that's critical. And so especially middle school, it's such a transitional period for kids, and learning, you know, to navigate 6 teachers or 5 teachers and learning, it's so different for them from elementary school, that I'm excited to see kind of a transitional program brought in, especially that's focusing on social, emotional, and academic. Like, I'm super excited about it. I will love to hear back if this goes forward a year from now, how it's progressing, you know.
We'll have very thorough reports.
Michael?
Yeah, I did. Thankfully, Shelley covered most of my questions. But a lot of this is presented in terms of what the outcomes will be, and I'm still I sort of get a sense of you know, I'm not exactly clear what intentional communities are, intentional relationship, but really my question is twofold. One is, how is the student experience changed by this, right? What is the student experience differently when BARR is put into place? And second thing, there sounds like a lot of activity here. How does this integrate in existing workloads?
Existing workloads
For instructors, for teachers.
For instructors, for teachers.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to let Michelle handle that part of the question, but I do want to address the first part of your question about how it would impact students directly. So one of the questions that Shelley had asked alluded to our advisory period. And the advisory period had been built in, I believe, just last year. It was introduced, and we had it for a year. And the intention of the advisory period was to provide a space for social emotional learning lessons to take place. Upon hearing the feedback from BARR, one of the things that several teachers indicated to me was they were looking forward to having an opportunity to do those types of activities. So SEL, right? SEL lessons with their students, the students that they have in class that they teach, right, every day, that they are building relationships with. There seemed to be a frustration or a disconnect between teachers having now this separate group of students for an advisory period that they didn't see in the classroom on a regular basis. And so that was something that all of the teachers felt was going to ensure that those students had an opportunity to build relationships with the students that they are with most often, and also with the teachers that they are actually in the classroom with. So the way the I time, which is what they refer to for their social emotional learning lessons, are scheduled is that each member of the team, so if you have a 3-person team, each teacher is going to do an SEL or an I time lesson in a 3-week rotation. So teacher 1 is going to do, right, the SEL lesson week 1. Teacher 2 is going to do an SEL lesson week 2, and then week 3 will be teacher number 3. So it'll rotate around, but all of the teachers in the team will have an opportunity to do social emotional learning lessons that are very intentional. And that's the part of the relationship building, I think, Michael, that you were asking about, is that intentionality. You have to take time to build relationships with kids. It's very difficult to build a relationship with a child while you're teaching them the water cycle. I don't know any child that's really emotionally attached to evaporation, but when you ask them about themselves and about their family and to share the things that they're afraid of and that they need, that's a different and very intentional conversation that you're having to build a relationship. Michelle, you want to take the second part?
Yes, and in terms of the workload, it actually lessens our workload because what happens is BARR comes in and they help us plan for these groupings. And so we don't have to do it by ourselves, which would take hours upon hours of doing it. So the time is limited. And then also in terms of the advisory, I know as teachers, yes, we enjoyed our advisory time, but also it took away certain instructional time that was hard for us. And as we said before, then we didn't have, our students to develop those relationships with. So yes, it's a lot of work, but it actually lessens the amount of work that we have to do on our own. And so BARR provides that for us. And Kelly spoke to the intentional, relationship, but how I see it as a special educator, I see my students multiple times a day. And so I get to have those personal conversations in certain timeframes that I don't think other teachers are able to do. And so the relationship that I am able to develop, I'm really looking forward to other teachers being able to develop that type of relationship with their kids, with their students, because there's only going to be 3 of them. And then, they're going to rotate doing the lessons. And so then they're not having to plan these extra lessons every week. It's every 3 to 4 weeks because it rotates, but the kids are still getting these social emotional conversations and having the conversations with their teachers every week, but a different teacher within their core every week.
I also think, in my experience as a classroom teacher, Michael, I was not upset about doing the work. I was upset when someone was asking me to do work that I didn't think was valuable,
right,
or that wasn't going to lead to something. And that's, I think, the other layer that BARR brings in, is that we have this confidence level around the types of data that we're looking at, how we're utilizing it, and what impact it's going to have ultimately on student, learning and just behavior outcomes and all of those things. And so being able to go into that work confidently and know that we're being supported and that this is something, it's not going to go away, right? That's the other thing that happens often in education. It's the flavor of the month and something comes around and you start on it and then it disappears. So the intentionality and the length and the tiered implementation is also something that's, I think, really going to allow people to feel that the work that they're doing is valuable.
This is also what we have COVID money for, right? Is these kinds of programs. And so I think it's actually a great time for us because we have funding to do this work. It's work that we know that we need to do as a result of COVID. And we have teacher buy-in and administrative buy-in to make it happen, and funding. So that's nice.
Go ahead, Kevin.
So you raised a question I was going to ask, Tiffany, which is the teacher buy-in. How do we assess that at this point?
So we have I call it the Principals Council. I don't know, Kelly calls it something else, but both Nordhoff and Matilaha have established a Principals Council of advisors, a mix of both certificated and classified staff, carefully selected for balance, not just people who always agree, but a balance of people who are active to provide input. It's not a permanent group. They can rotate in and out, but Kelly brought this. So we started with this at the leadership team. We heard a couple of presentations. We heard about this, Nordhoff heard about this and said, you know what, this isn't the direction we need to go right now. But Matilaha was like, I think this sounds like something that might be needed for us. And based on feedback we hear from parents and teachers. And so then we scheduled a call with other schools who have been doing it and talked to them. And they were in their, 7th, 8th year. And we talked to the principal, we talked to teachers, we talked to counselors. They were like, we love this. It's spread to all of their schools in the district. So then Kelly took that same thing to her principal's council they discussed it, they discussed with their peers, and then now it's coming to you. So
And yes, and the results of all of the presentations and the materials have also been shared with all the faculty. And we've had really positive feedback from everyone.
With respect to the data, is it like a platform, a software that aggregates? I mean, it sounds
yes,
described as information we have somewhere in our system, but you're saying it's going to pull that all together so it's available sort of in one place.
That's correct. Yes, they have some software that they have developed and that they own that supports that.
Part of the package, so to speak, is annual reports that they collect and provide to us, because that's always a time-consuming part of this kind of work.
It's interesting because, just watching the presentation, candidly, at least I was struck by the idea that, relationships in any business, in any environment are good. And that, that teachers, I'm sure most teachers believe that they understand that, and that they do their best to have relationships within the realm of what's possible given the demands of their job. So, kind of along the lines of the answer to the question about how much additional time does this involve, it certainly, I like the, I think a cynic might say that a lot of this sounds kind of obvious, and maybe to some extent is the distinguishing characteristic between really effective and not so effective teachers. That said, if teachers are really interested in doing this, which I think is frankly the main question, then I think it's great. I looked at it a little bit, before the meeting, and I saw like Beaumont. I don't know if that's one of the schools you talked to, but a local somewhere in LA, Beaumont school has used it, and it's kind of interesting to see they almost have created like little colleges that sort of represent each of those groups. So you've got Oxford and Stanford and UCLA and USC, each representing one of those clusters. But I mean, certainly I don't think anyone could watch this and hear this and talk about these issues and think of, no, that's not right. It certainly is correct. Relationships are the main event. One of the things I think about though is like when I think about relationships that evolve sort of along the lines of what Kelly's saying, that are kind of non-traditional between parent or teacher and student, that don't involve just academics. You think often of just doing other things, like if you were to get kids out on a camping trip, or if you were to, work with kids building something, or, that's kind of feels to me intuitively like how kids and teachers sort of establish relationships that aren't, the cliche parent, teacher student. And this sounds very, you said it many times, Kelly, intentional. It'll be very interesting to see how that plays, because I think sometimes intention can also become contrived. So those are my thoughts.
If I could just share, one of the things that you will see in a theme throughout the work that we're doing is using data to inform practice. So for example, before we had Levered, we would say we have great math teachers and they're doing great work with math. What Levered does is take our great math teachers, provide them with regular data, and then provide them with assistance and guidance on how to reteach and to use that data to move forward. And so BARR is the same concept, just with a different subject, which is really that kind of relationship piece. And so what we really want to do across the board, and this is essentially will become Matilaha's PLC work, because we understand that middle school is a critical place for us to establish those relationships. Comes, I think, naturally at elementary, naturally for a lot of middle school teachers, but what we're missing is that data to inform if it's not working. And I would tell you as a middle school teacher, I had some kids that I did not connect with, and I didn't know what to do about it, except to just connect with the kids I did and say, well, like, hopefully they connect with someone else, right? But I didn't have a data-informed practice for doing that. And so this idea is that, yes, those relationships are critical. This provides us with a structure for monitoring that connection and for using data to inform our practice for every single student, not just for the ones that naturally connect or for the teachers that naturally have good relationships. So it's really, it's kind of like intentional, but it's taking what we're already doing, just like in Lever, just like in PLCs, to the next level with a program that helps us structurally implement that.
Can I just comment real quick? Because I hear what you're saying, Kevin, and I just want to kind of give my impression of it in that I feel like I have seen so many students, not necessarily current students, but I'm talking historically, who just don't find anyone to connect with and really struggle in our district. And one of the things that I have heard historically from families and from parents is that if you're a top achieving student or in a selective program, if you hook in and you're in Kim's dance program or you're on the track team, or you have that thing that connects you, you're going to do great. And if you're in the lower achieving students where you're getting the extra supports and you have some one-on-one time with students, then you're doing great. And the criticism that I hear about our district is that middle section is not being paid attention to. And this strikes me as a way to make sure that every kid is being paid attention to, and that we're not relying on the organic connections that sometimes happen. We're making sure that connections happen is what I'm hearing. So
can I make a comment in terms of if you replace intentional with individualized? Think about it more as that, because it becomes the relationships with these kids on the middle tiers becomes more individualized, which I get to do on a daily basis. So we're giving our teachers a way to be more individualized with the students. So, and so when you're working with that, it's like you're shaping your practices as you're going, you're seeing what doesn't work. So you're changing what you're doing with the child is how I see it.
Great. When I first was looking at it, I said, Kelly, you said something about the flavor of the month, and I kind of felt that because we have tried a few things at Matilaha. But what I'm seeing that I do like is the 3-year support from BARR, because I don't think we've done that before. We've had a day of training and sort of thrown our teachers into the river from there. And also the idea of these 3 teachers together, it's support and accountability, right? Because you had some teachers maybe who didn't buy into the advisory, and there was no one to sort of say, hey, you should really do this. It's exciting, Whereas this way, it's sort of like, well, hey, this is my week. I'm accountable for this, and I don't have to do it on my own. I'm supported in it, and so I really like that. And so I'm getting they would help us work into a schedule. Would it be extra time in a teacher's? So it's once a week for students.
Once a week for I-time for the SEL curriculum. I mean, the teachers are still teaching their regular, standards and doing their regular lessons as well. So the meeting times are taking place between what they refer to as small block groups, which are the teams, the small teams. And then periodically, I think it's every 2 or 3 weeks, they're getting together and they're having a large block meeting where they're sharing out information and strategies that they've been working with together. And then there's also an opportunity for students to be referred to an intervention team that is made up not just of teachers, but of a referring teacher, site administrators, school psychologists, counselors, right? And other resources that student may need to access that the district has, connections with.
Right. But in terms of a student's schedule, is it going to be more like the tutorial where there'll be an extra? So let's say you
No.
normally have math third period, you're still going to have third period math for 42 minutes, and but instead of doing math, you're going to do the I time?
Yes, once every 3 weeks. Yes.
So that you're losing instructional minutes then.
The instructional minutes, yes. But we did the same thing when we built advisory. We had to pull instructional minutes from other places
That's true.
as well. So once you start pulling instructional minutes are instructional minutes.
Okay.
But we want those minutes to be meaningful.
Great. That was my questions. Anything else?
I'll just throw out Angie's question of elementary, whether they do this at the elementary level.
I don't know, Angie. I haven't looked at anything elementary. Most of what BARR, I think, has done experientially is in secondary work. But I think that elementary, you have so many, wonderful opportunities to build relationships, having kids together. But we'll be happy to share all of our strategies. If you think that the elementaries would like to implement, I'm sure that during our leadership teams, we'll be collaborating and sharing that.
That's actually part of the goal, is that, we could also, if this is successful, utilize our Matilaha teachers throughout the district to be kind of trainers of trainers and to spread this. That's actually what the other schools who we talked to had done, is they did it at one school and then they taught the other schools.
It is an expensive program, but I think we have the COVID funding. It's a perfect timing and also a perfect storm for students needing this. So
we feel the same way. Thank you for saying that. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve and also say thank you to our instructional leaders for bringing something forward to help fill a gap that you're so obviously seeing. So motion to approve.
A second.
All those in favor? Shelley?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Thank you. Kevin?
Yes.
And Jane, aye. That passes 5-0. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Michelle, for spending your evening with us.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. I told them I thought we'd have this item at like 6:30 or 7.
6:30.
I appreciate your patience.
No problem.
I know, I thought it'd be a shorter night. I thought we'd be done by now. But actually, I'm actually going to suggest a 10-minute. Is 10 minutes too long? A 5-minute break? Sorry, Marilyn, I know you're like, wait, I'm next.
That's all right. I already have my night cream on, so.
You don't need night cream, Marilyn. Thanks so much.
Just a general quick, does everyone feel 10 minutes is too long or?
Yeah, let's go 5.
Okay, 5, but if you're a minute or two late, we'll understand. I'll be back in a few minutes. David, if you could put up our break sign, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, I'm checking. I see Shelley, Michael, Tiffany, Rebecca. Kevin, are you there?
I'm here. I thought I'd just give you a little longer with my puppy.
I was going to say, don't be the last one. Thank you, David. If you could remove the signature, thank you. Excuse me. I had a little quick dinner. We are now at item 6.3.2, expanded learning opportunities. I do have a public comment on this from Bill Miley. It says, I like very much based what I have read in the agenda about this program. Thank you, Bill. And I believe it is Marilyn who's going to do the presentation for us.
Yes, it's hard to follow that BARR presentation, isn't it? With that, I mean, it's exciting to think of all those positive outcomes for students, especially middle school students. So the expanded learning opportunity grant is really, I'd say, an enhancement of services that we most have already in place for the most part. So it's a grant that was approved in March, so it's pretty recent. And any district that receives these funds, they're required to implement some kind of a learning recovery program. So the grant or the learning recovery program has to have supplemental instruction, support for social and emotional well-being, and then meals and/or snacks. And you probably see in the documents, it's really two parts. It's the plan description, which is very short, and then the expenditure page. And the program is to be provided to students who are low income, English learner, foster youth, homeless students, students with disabilities, students at risk for abuse, disengaged students, that's a big one, especially during COVID, students who are below grade level, or other students that are identified by staff. So it's a pretty broad range of students who can access the program. And then the last thing about the grant is that it has to be adopted by the local governing board, and that has to be done by June 1st. So thus we're bringing it to the May meeting rather than all those other plans that we bring to you in June. So are any questions that I can answer about the plan? It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, just a quick question, Marilyn. Thank you for your really detailed work yet again. I don't know how you haven't gone blind by now, but the dollar amounts here, are these estimates? I mean, it's kind of early to be real specific about what's going to happen. So I'm just assuming that these were sort of intentional targets.
Yes,
yeah, use intentional.
Simply estimated. It's an estimated budget, and we knew we were going to have about $1.5 million in this grant, and so we just sort of worked with that and did an estimated.
I like that the damn near $500,000 is going to tutoring. I think it's a nice allocation.
Yes, yes. And a lot of things we do have in place, like the mental health support, things like that, after school programs, credit deficient students, things where they can have some credit recovery. So a lot of things we're already doing, but it gives us a little more money to do it. And I think Tiffany referred to it when she was talking about the data that Cheryl had. And this is just one more opportunity to target kids that are in that learning recovery mode.
And it's interesting to tie it in with our new, EL coordinator and foster our homeless youth family needs.
Yeah, I think the whole plan, Cheryl and I when we were writing the plan after input from parents and staff and so on, stakeholders, we wanted it to be engaging learning environments in a real positive school climate. So oftentimes, like with Alex's woodworking class with her long-term English learners, oftentimes you learn more in things where the kids are real engaged, like making those walking sticks and using mathematics and things like that. So we envisioned some programs to be maybe not all just nuts and bolts skills, but a more expansive after school.
So Michael already spoke. Anyone else? Shelley, have questions?
I had a question about the restorative justice piece of it and wondered about the broad range of students who would be able to access that. And it sounds like the intention is to be able to serve all students with that and have them learn about restorative justice, but it's really aimed at specific groups. Is that correct?
What is your question? I don't remember where it comes. It's in the last part, isn't it?
That's a great question, Marilyn.
You know what, Shelley? I know where it is. It's in the training section.
Yes.
Part of this can be done, part of the use of funds can be for teacher training, and that would be one of the training pieces that we would have for teachers, those teachers who haven't been trained in the restorative justice, or maybe just need a tune-up.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I apologize for not knowing where I read it. I just wrote the question down.
That's right. I had to look for it myself, so I couldn't.
But you're right. That's where it was. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Rebecca?
No questions. I think we've gone over a lot of the plan in the prior creation of positions and discussing through the issues in earlier meetings. So I'm good. I think it's impressive that the plan is done so early. Great job on that.
It was a short turnaround.
Kevin?
I don't have anything. Thank you, Marilyn.
You're welcome. I was glad to help.
It is well done. And it actually seems to me a little bit more readable than the LCAP.
Actually, I'm bringing the LCAP, next month. So it's not as verbose as past LCAPs, I don't think. I think it's a little more succinct. So we'll see.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second. All those in favor? Shelley?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Kevin?
Yes.
Jane? Aye. That passes 5-0. Thank you, Marilyn.
Well, you're very welcome. I was glad to be able to do it.
Long night. I'm sorry about that.
That's
That would be early. 6.3.3 state testing update. We do have two big comments on that one this evening, and I have asked some of our board members to step in and read those for me. Shelley, if you would read the comment from Darius Lang or Lange.
We can do that. Concern. Actual testing will take away learning that can occur in 3 half-day campus days. What is the value of statewide testing data? Will statewide test data received be less impactful than the amount of learning gained by students attending classes for 3 half days on campus? Rationale. As mentioned by other stakeholders that have publicly commented on the importance of statewide testing, testing results are intended to be a standard measure of academic aptitude comparing previous years within the district and among other schools within county and state. At the middle school and high school level, the district initiated a brand new schedule format in delivering education via condensed format block schedule. Comparing this type of block schedule to other middle schools and high school blocks schedule within the county and neighboring counties, OUSD was unique. OUSD was unique in delivering education solely through a condensed format starting in the fall, contrary to other county and neighboring county district schools' block schedule delivery. OUSD's condensed schedule was a pilot study in itself. I find it valuable to compare the OUSD students' aptitude in academics to other students within the other districts that follow a more traditional year-round block schedule format, e.g. English, math every day, and science social studies alternating days for longer periods. IXL testing data would only be useful in comparing data to its own students over time. Was IXL conducted before school started in the fall? If not, the data is not as useful as measure over time compared to the statewide testing at this point in time. OUSD has data of its students' previous performance with statewide testing, which can be used as an internal measure of long-term learning gain or loss within individual students, between grades, between the previous years, and so forth. I'm not typically in favor of pulling students out of class for statewide testing. However, I have strong opinions regarding the condensed delivery of education. Statewide testing data may provide some objective measure that the district can reflect upon moving forward when deciding what schedules and platforms would be best at helping deliver education to its students next year. My hope is that fear does not dictate our rationales and decisions for student planning and educational development.
Thank you. Oh, I switched you guys, didn't I? Sorry about that. I had forewarned you and I switched it on you and you had prepared reading the other one.
Yep.
Kevin, if you would read Philip Bagley's.
I'll just say I was practicing for like 3 hours, the one that Shelley just read. So.
And look at that, off the cuff, I just did it.
Yeah, look at that. I'll try my best. This is from Philip Bagley. I encourage the board to reject the proposed action regarding administering alternative middle and high school assessments. The district is required to administer the SBAC unless it is not, quote, viable. Notably, the presentation does not assert that administration of the SBAC to middle and high school students is not, quote, viable. As for the concern about the amount of time schools have been providing full in-person instruction since April 12, 2021, there is no indication that students need more time to learn and adjust to mitigation strategies, take stock of and address trauma, or support immediate social emotional needs, i.e. the justification supporting this factor as stated by the CDE. The transition back to in-person instruction was gradual. Regarding the time it would take to administer the test, first, that is not an appropriate consideration when determining quote, viability. Second, while the presentation indicates that the SBAC would utilize 4 or more days, that does not appear to be accurate. Indeed, the state's own estimate total testing time for the SBAC in middle school and high school is normally between 7 and 8 hours. Moreover, in November 2020, the State Board of Education approved shortened blueprints in order to administer shortened SBAC tests. The reduction is approximately 40%. Given that reduction, testing can likely be completed in much less time than the 4 days claimed. Next, the fact that IXL has already been given to some students is immaterial to, quote, viability of administering the SBAC. IXL was not presented as an SBAC alternative at the time it was unilaterally administered. Also, it is unclear how many students were tested. The results were not shared directly with parents, and there is no public access to overall results. My personal experience attempting to retrieve the results was difficult and frustrating. The fact that 30% of students remain on distance learning would appear to indicate that those students, in fact, have stable internet access. Otherwise, they would probably attend in person, or they would have resolved their technical issues through the help desk or other district resources. It is unclear why an OI unified device would be required in order to administer the SBAC, or why this issue could not be ameliorated by having the district provide a loaner district device to use specifically for the test. As for the ability to test students in different grades multiple times a year with IXL, administration of the SBAC would not prevent that. And again, this fact does not impact, quote, viability whatsoever. The question is whether giving the SBAC is viable. Nothing in the presentation indicates that it is not viable. please require administration of the SBAC at all grade levels.
Thank you. Tiffany?
So here is an overview and update from the last time when Dr. Knox presented this. Again, I am not the expert on state testing, but I've done the best I can to fully understand the issue. So here's just an overview again of the couple of tests that we're considering. So we have the LPAC, the English Language Proficiency Assessments, which we give to our English learners, which we've already begun. And then the CAW, which is for students with significant cognitive disabilities, and those will come up later in the presentation. So these are the considerations that are from the state around specifically this issue of viability. And there's not really a clear definition of viability, nor is there, for example, a presentation that you give or a document that you submit to the state to say, we think this is viable, and they say yes or no. It's really up to individual districts. I would say that of the 25 largest districts in the state, 18 have decided not to give the CASP this year, and I think 3 or 4 have not yet decided. So even in terms of our ability to compare our students to other students in the state, there's problems with respect to validity and reliability because we're really not expecting that CASP will be given throughout the state in a robust manner, given the significant number of districts that are choosing an alternative. The reasons that you could consider an alternative.
Numbers again?
There were, of the 25 biggest districts, 18 have already said that they are not using the CASP. And I believe that 4 or 5 of them had not yet decided at the time of the article that I researched in EdSource. So some of the considerations for choosing an alternative, so considerations for determining if the SBAC is viable, include access to stable broadband with adequate bandwidth. And while we do have students who remain on distance learning, as you could see this evening from Stephanie Hull, we have some issues sometimes still with connectivity with our students who are at home. And so we have more or less figured out how to use that on Zoom, but we have not yet practiced that with a timed standardized test that students are taking at home across the district. We do believe that there are challenges with using our personal devices that aren't managed by the school district, getting students to log in, download access the platform, and reliably on their own devices. We also can't manage the stability of their devices, the memory, all of those kinds of things. We do not at this time have enough devices to loan out to all the students to take the test simultaneously. So they would have to use their own personal devices. Capacity for proctoring and monitoring remotely. I do not believe that we have that in place. And then finally, children's degree of experience with an online assessment platform. So we don't know the degree of experience, but we haven't done this before. So we are concerned about that and about that having a negative impact on their ability to, that we, again, in terms of reliability and validity, that we might be measuring really their access to technology and their ability to take online assessments rather than their actual knowledge of standards. So our recommendation at elementary is to administer the SBAC because most of our students are back. We're very high in our percentage, between 80 and 90% at every school. And that would actually put us in the range of students who should be taking the test. So our students who remain at home is a small number. Also, our students have been here, and we believe that the schedule is not as problematic. But then we get to middle school, and we have a few issues. The 4 days, we don't know exactly how long the test will take, but remembering that we don't actually have 4 whole days for student, or we don't have whole instructional days for kids. We have shortened schedules that students are on campus. And so by the time you factor in breaks and things like that, that we have to have, we do believe even with the shortened test, it'll end up being around 4 days by the time we are able to schedule that. Keeping in mind that there are 19 days of school left in the school year. Whether or not we give IXL and have already given it, we just put that in for additional information, which we've already talked about a lot, so I won't address that. We are concerned that 30% of our students are still on distance learning. Just as we mentioned, one of the value of IXL is that we can continue to use it on a regular and ongoing basis to measure student learning against where we are currently. Finally, at the high school, we would also recommend that they take the IXL so that we can have immediate access to data and feedback to utilize in both summer, recommending students for summer remediation, and also provide for next year in terms of how we are assisting students with any potential learning loss. We would, though, give the CAST, which is the science test, to our 11th and 8th graders. So those are our recommendations. These are some of the data. We already talked about this from IXL. This is just the language arts one. We certainly can continue to provide assistance with families to help access their IXL assessments as we move forward and make sure that it's easy to do that. And then potentially even some town halls or meetings with the school on how to interpret that data. And then of course, bringing back all of this overall to you as a board in a future meeting when we have both CASP, CA, and IXL results. So that is our recommendation at this time.
Ellie?
So the CASP, I'm terrible with the acronyms, sorry. I might be getting the wrong one, but the science one for 11th graders will also be 12th graders. So 8th, 11th, and 12th will take that?
Yes.
Because they didn't last year as 11th graders.
They take it in their final year of science, and last year they didn't take it. So
right. So 3 of the grades will be taking that and either the SBAC or the IXL.
Right.
Okay. And how long does that test take? Do we know?
Science test, we think just probably 1 day.
And with the SBAC, my memory says that the results, we don't get the results back until the summertime. Is that correct? So that wouldn't be available for the high school to determine summer remediation.
Right.
It just doesn't really work that way with that. So would the high school be giving the CASP and, or not the CASP, but the SBAC and IXL in order to figure out remediation, or it would be some other?
No, we would just do the CASP.
And figure out another way to determine summer. Okay. And with distance learning kids, they already have access to IXL, which is why that makes sense for that 30% as opposed to the SBAC. Okay, that was all. Thank you.
Rebecca?
I don't really have any questions. I think I'm trusting the administration that they know what is best for kiddos on this one.
Michael?
I'm good. Thank you.
Kevin?
I have a couple things. So This is a hard one for me. I was looking around earlier today and I saw a quote from the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Policy and Programs of the elementary and secondary education in the U.S. And he said that we remain committed to supporting all states in assessing the learning of all students. Obtaining data on student learning includes high-quality statewide assessments, which can help identify where opportunity gaps are persistent and have been exacerbated, particularly during the pandemic. And along with other data, can help states direct resources and support to close those gaps. And I can't help but think that there's some significant benefit to using this SBAC, which has consistently been used across the state, to sort of see where we are. I thought Mr. Lang's point was not a bad one in terms of what we might learn about our district relative to other districts. But I have a question about the days that you think this will take. Are you suggesting that if it takes, the 4 days would be 4 complete days of what we're currently able to do in person? In other words, it wouldn't just be a portion of each of those days, but actually 4 days. Again, they're not normal length days, obviously.
Right. By the time we have breaks and I think we have lunch at middle school. Is that right? Yes, we do have lunch at middle school. So by the time we have breaks and lunch, we just, we generally don't have kids sit for 4 hours straight. So we think we would get probably 2 hours of testing in a day. And then we still have to go do that testing with our kids who are online, right? And so we would have to figure out that schedule. So we think it would probably take 4 days total, which at middle school would be, not almost a whole week. At the high school, it would be a whole week of instruction, plus probably 1 additional day for the science test.
And then what's the rationale for administering the science test, but not the SBAC?
We don't have an alternative for the science test.
And then Shelley's question I thought was well taken, that it would seem, based on what we've learned about IXL, that we would want to sort of iteratively figure out where our kids are. It sounds like we are doing that in the middle school, although I would add, I think we should send results to parents. But we're not going to do that at the high school?
We have not done it. We had already done it at the middle school prior to coming back in person, because we were trying to implement intervention. We don't have a standardized intervention period at the high school. And so we did not implement IXL prior to students returning.
I really feel like I would, I think, support your proposal, but with the caveat that, one, I think we need to find some way to assess where our high school students are before the summer. I mean, because of this incredibly unusual time, and the fact that their educations are, by definition, they have a shorter time to spend with us to fix whatever deficiencies have occurred. And two, like I said, I do think that it's very important that parents get data about where their kids stand. And maybe we can do something on a customized basis. I mean, certainly we have Parent Square. That would seem like a potentially good way to deliver that information. Do you have any thoughts about either of those?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we'll work to find easier ways for parents to access. We don't have the capacity to individually download, 500 or 700 reports and send those to parents in Parent Square. It doesn't work like that. And we don't have the staffing at this time to support that, but we definitely can see kind of what the barriers are, and then maybe provide training for parents who would like to access that, and just, tutorials and videos and town halls or whatever on how to be able to access that. Our proposal is for IXL at the high school rather than the CASP for the reasons that you just described.
So I didn't completely understand. It seemed like an answer to Shelley's question, which was, it seemed like, so we'll be doing IXL at some point in the near future to be able to then have some remediation over the summer. It seemed like your answer was, no, we're probably not going to do that.
We wouldn't do IXL and CASP. I don't think we would have the time to do all of that. With 19 days left, 4 or 5 days going to CASP, and then taking an additional day to do IXL. I don't think that our teachers would support that. So we were proposing an either or, not an and at this point, which isn't to say
not CAS, SBAC, right? So we would do IXL and CAS, but
just the one day science,
not SBAC.
Right.
Right.
So
I
CASP
think you
is
said
just
that backwards.
overall. The science test is, so CASP is the whole series.
Sorry.
The science test is, and I of course now can't pull it up, but CASP meaning SBAC. It's just a different acronym, but yes.
Did that answer your question, Kevin? That so is the choice is SBAC at the high school or IXL, not both?
Yeah, so just because we were throwing around some terminology, I think got a little confusing. There's the proposal to do science 11 and 12 and 8, and IXL in high school as well, but period, right? I mean, that's your proposal, not.
Right. So CASP is, and I can see CASP and CAS sound kind of similar, but CASP is overall the whole group of assessments. So we are, our proposal, if I go back to this, is to give the CAST in 11th and 12th grade an IXL instead of SBAC, which is part of CASP.
And they would, this would sort of become a mini version of SBAC in terms of the kids would, have some day when they would be just focused on IXL.
Yeah, that's how we did it at the middle school. And then we followed up and followed up and followed up and followed up with kids who didn't take it until we got probably 95% of kids had taken it.
And you sort of suggested, but it wasn't clear to me, that it's already accessible. IXL results are already accessible. Is it because it's through the kids they can actually access it? But it sounded like you were suggesting you would give the parents some kind of tutorial about how to access it. Are you suggesting it's already accessible?
Yes. So I believe that Mr. Murphy sent home an email to Parent Square to parents describing how to access the IXL data.
Well, that's good to know. I'm obviously a bad reader of those because we were interested in it and I didn't know that we could do that. Thanks. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. I have to say, I really don't know how I feel. I'm really back and forth. I appreciate that the IXL now has you confirmed that there will be a district-wide. So we'll sort of see our average fifth grader scored 600 on the math, the same way we do on the SBAC. One of the public comments actually, I thought that was a very good point, and I can't quite find it right now. I'm not concerned about comparing our block schedule to what other high schools do. Yes, it's a perfect sort of testing data, but I don't think it's important to us that we show the rest of the world what the block schedule data is. It's not that wasn't the purpose of our doing it. If I just take a moment. It was comparing if you're a parent, your students' data from the previous year to this year to next year. But I also am doing a little feign here, talking myself out of that, and the fact that what I really want to know is how's my child doing right now after COVID. So I'm torn. I do have one question about the online students. Did I remember hearing that the state said you don't have to have a percentage like you used to? You have to have 90% of your or 95% of your students take the test.
Right. We don't have to have. There's no penalty for not meeting 90%.
So we could have the SBAC given just to our in-person learning students at Matilah.
I would.
I thought you couldn't because it had to be offered to every student. You
Right.
could pick certain categories of students to give it to and not
Right.
exclude other students. It had to be across the board, is my understanding.
Yeah.
And I do know, we have some students at Weil who are not attending our school part and doing their own school at home. And I do know there's just some days when, as we saw with Stephanie, it's just what is happening. And to have that frustration during a test, I can't imagine, especially a time test.
I would also share that last year we didn't have SBAC at all. And so we really, in terms of a longitudinal comparison, we would be comparing, to whatever,
2 years ago.
Yeah, to quite some time ago. So it's not exactly comparable.
I just have one quick question, because I like the ability to look at IXL and do iterative assessments and all that kind of stuff. There is this nagging question of comparing us to external entities. Is there any kind of data in this IXL or CAST that would do external comparisons, or is it all internal?
So it's that question we were talking about earlier of being competency based. So it just tells us where our kids are in terms of meeting state standards and competency. Again, I don't think that it's going to be good data comparing us to other districts right now, because by and large, most districts in the state, at least the large ones, are not taking it. So it's not, I don't think there's going to be really a good metric for us versus other people if, half to 60% of the students in the state aren't even taking it.
Good, thank you.
Do we know what our local competitors are doing, like Ventura and the surrounding other schools in Ventura County?
I know Cheryl's been talking to them, but I don't know that anyone has made that decision. I don't know if you have yet, Rebecca.
No, we haven't made the decision, and I would say we're leaning towards no. Part of the issue that we're having, like when you're trying to compare right now, trying to compare student groups or trying to compare across the state, when we have had multiple different schedules, different time in classes, different kids having access to internet, not having access, it's just none of it is really comparative. You're taking variables that are completely out of the control of education. And I think, in Ventura, we're kind of leaning towards that the data that's most valuable is the data that's going to give teachers the tools that they need to fix the learning holes. But trying to, I think that the classroom time is so incredibly valuable. And in the last month that we have, it's not even like a whole month, that taking it to do standardized testing at this point is not the best use of our kids' times, but
I also, find it shocking that there's 19 days of school left.
Yeah, I just want to say, I know that it has come up a few times in our conversations, sort of almost, the perspective from which one looks at the SBAC, and every now and then the perspective seems to be, a reflection of the fairness to the kids, almost as if to say, well, is it fair, almost like to grade someone based on all the chaos of the last year and a half. And I just want to say that from my perspective, that's completely not the issue. The issue is solely the question of where are they? And I don't think anyone would remotely suggest that it's the school's fault, the teacher's fault, and certainly not the children's fault as to where they are. I think all of us agree, we got to figure out where they are and make sure that we can, catch up as quickly as we can to the extent that there are significant deficiencies. So that's, from my perspective, that's the sole issue is let's, as this guy from the Department of Education says, let's figure out where we are, and then what the diagnosis is vital to be able to then come up with the cure.
And I agree with that, and kind of like that where you sit is where you stand. So from a state perspective, yes, to figure out where we are holistically as a state would be the perspective of a state administrator. But for me, the perspective of a school board member who just, in my opinion, wants to use these last valuable days to try to get as much information to our kids. And we know we have this other testing system where we can see where our kids' holes are, is more valuable. So we might just have to agree to disagree, but it's not to say to blame the kids. It's just, if we're using that data for comparative purposes and we don't have the same set of circumstances, how do we compare those test results is my question. But the other piece of that is that I just can't see that it would be like when I look at results from SBAC, when I was in the classroom, we didn't have SBAC, but we had other standardized testing results. Often I would see kids who were, brilliant, and I knew the test results were not reflective of where the kid was. They just weren't very valuable to me as an educator. So it's hard for me to look at them because they're really, truly a snapshot in time. And if the kids aren't motivated to want to perform well for whatever reason on that day, they don't, and so they're not truly reflective all the time of where kids are.
I just want to point out Philip's comment about struggling to get that information. So Tiffany, if you could do a town hall, or maybe the Friday tech tent can help parents learn how to access that data, that would be helpful. I'm hoping we could move on and have a motion and action on this item.
To me, it sounds like the IXL gives our educators the most information to do the job that needs to be done, and parents the access to information that's needed. So I would move to approve using IXL at the secondary level.
I second.
All those in favor, Shelley?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Kevin?
No.
Oh boy. I'm going to vote aye. That's a tough one. I'm right down the middle on it. So that passes 4-1. Before we move on, and next we have the auditor's report, which I think is going to take a while. It's already 9:30. I would like to make the suggestion that we postpone all bond and first reading items. I know the bond, I don't seem to think that there's anything there that requires immediate action. Oh, maybe the contract, for the classroom furniture. Oh, I'm sorry, that gentleman has been here too since the very beginning. Maybe we could just take the, am I allowed to take it out of order? To do the contract 6.4.5 and then go back to the auditor's report? What's the opinion? So Adam and Alan, I think I'm gonna.
Jane, can I just jump in real quick? The two that are kind of important, I guess we'll say, was 4.4 and 4.5.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, and because the auditor's report, do we have someone here, Tiffany, for that as well?
Yeah.
Okay. I am gonna go out of order a little bit here. If we can just take 4.4, if there's 6.4.4. Are there questions? Concerns? Is there a motion? I'll move to approve.
A second.
All those in favor, Shelley?
Aye.
Becca?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Kevin?
Yes.
Jane? Aye. That passes 5-0. The approval of the contract. We do have a public comment on this. Michael, were you going to read that for us?
Sure. This is from Laura Wheeler. Hello, I'm writing on behalf of many of my elementary school colleagues about the classroom furniture options. After looking at the options provided in person online, we just want to be sure that our opinions were heard regarding some important features that many of us need before an order is placed. One, the need for built-in under-desk storage, not separate cubbies, essential for time saving and less interrupted instructional time, provides adequate space for individual students' textbooks, workbooks, journals, Chromebooks, etc. Number two, the need for adjustable heights for tables, desks, necessary due to grade level changes, student number changes, etc. from year to year. Three, desktops that are large enough to hold multiple items being used by a student at one time, a book, paper, Chromebook, materials, etc., but not too big that we can't fit 20 to 30 students without being crowded. We were not able to see the options like this in person, but the representative that a few of us spoke with said they have furniture with those features available and showed us some online photos. They showed us the Smith Interchange Diamond Desk with the built-in storage option as one possibility. But since we did not see it in person, we're not sure if the size is adequate or not. Additionally, different grade levels may have different needs, i.e. K versus fifth grade. That will hopefully be considered as well. New furniture is exciting since it does not occur very often. We want to be sure that in addition to being collaborative, flexible, innovative, and fun, it is functional, practical, and durable. Thank you, Laura Wheeler, second grade teacher.
Great. And so I guess my question, Adam, Alan, or Tiffany, is are we sure that this company is going to provide those items? Because I've heard that from multiple teachers.
So there are several companies and they have hundreds and hundreds of products. So yes.
Okay. And I guess, is there a way to get one of those as a sample?
In the time frame, likely not.
Okay.
But maybe.
Actually, Jane, what to answer that question, there were at least three companies that did provide samples, and we did two different samplings, one at Nordhoff High and one at Miners Oaks.
I know that, but they didn't see the desk that they wanted in person, that they're anxious to have with the under the desk storage.
Right, and so all of those comments and the comments that we took in and the sort of voting on what they did see, all that's being taken into consideration. So this piggyback gives us the flexibility to make those sorts of changes, on the fly. If what they saw was not what we end up buying, if they're on a piggyback bid, then we're still allowed to buy them without going to competitive bid process.
And it's the same supplier. We haven't narrowed down on any one particular item. These suppliers, these contracts, as Tiffany mentioned, we can choose from any number of pieces. So nothing's been decided yet. This just allows us to jump on it a little more quickly with our time frame.
Okay. Is there any other questions? I'm going to ask you guys to jump in rather than calling on each of you. So I'm going to try to move along.
I just had the same comment you did, Jane, was that we have gone through this process to really hear from teachers and make sure we're getting the right product. So I'm encouraged to hear that we are doing that.
Would you like to make a motion?
I will move to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor, Shelley?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Kevin?
Yes.
And Jane, yes, that passes 5-0. So I am moving forward in removing items 6.4.2 and 6.4.3 and 6.5.1. We will do those at another time. So we will end the meeting tonight with our 6.4.1 auditors. Oops.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. 6.4.1, good evening.
Hi
Mr.
there. Can you
Hey.
hear me all?
Yes.
Well, I am going to apologize for my lighting. I had to move my office into my living room. And so I'm not trying to be mysterious with the half shaded face, but this is the best we can do. So it's a pleasure to be here this evening. And I have a PowerPoint presentation available, and here it comes. And so we'll start. I'll ask you to move to the next slide, please. And what is being presented this evening is the report on the audited financial statements. 3 specific areas, as always, that we'll look at related to internal controls, compliance for federal awards, and compliance for state awards. And then we'll talk about the Measure J audit report, which again relates to the financial statements, and a performance audit. And I did notice that the audit report for Valley Oak Charter is included in your packet, so I'll speak briefly to the outcome of that audit as well. So with that said, I'll have you move to the next slide. I always like to note that, just kind of speak to the audit process itself. And the audit process is intended to provide reasonable assurance about whether financial statements are free of material misstatement. And any of you that have met me personally, you know that I focus on this, and that's different from total assurance. Total assurance is when you are looking at every single transaction, which this is not that sort of audit. Generally, when you talk about a total level of assurance, you're talking about a very focused sort of audits. For instance, like a forensic audit, which you're looking to see every single transaction because you believe there's an issue there. Now, everything in the audit report is yours. The only part of the audit report that is really the auditor's is the opinion on, in this case, those 3 specific areas that I mentioned: financial statements, federal compliance, and state compliance. The highest level of assurance that the auditor could ever provide is an unmodified opinion. Now, we get there through risk assessment. And of course, this year, risk assessment was a little bit troubling in understanding the internal control processes because of this audit was conducted entirely remote. With that said, our standards require us, especially in an environment where there's been a change in processes, to really alter our procedures. So we actually had to do that as a result. In addition, once again, we don't look at every single transaction, so we utilize a sampling methodology when we are selecting the items that we're going to look at, again, because we don't provide total assurance. So with that said, let's talk about the outcome. The outcome is, next slide, please. Outcome is summarized on the summary of auditor's results. And this is one of the 2 pages that I think is always critical for a board member to focus on. There's over 100 pages in this report. So really, let's focus on the 2 that I think are critical. If you're viewing it hard copy, that would be page 93. If the PDF, that would be page 100. As far as the financial statements themselves, we are providing you an unmodified opinion. There were no material weaknesses identified. However, there was a significant deficiency. And that really related to one of the reasons why this audit was so late in being issued. There was just a lot of, there was difficulty in really gathering the information. We just felt that that was a deficiency related to financial reporting. So it was necessary to call that out. Federal awards, an unmodified opinion. There was only 1 federal program that this year we were required to test. No material weaknesses or significant deficiencies related to the federal awards. Next slide, please. As it relates to state awards, there was an unmodified opinion for the majority of the programs except for attendance. The attendance audit identified some errors that resulted in the reports of attendance having to be revised. Management letter observations are always a part of our audit process, and there is a recommendation noted. I identified the specific pages, and I think this is important as well, because as a result of our remote procedures for the remote audit, we did look at control processes that we thought would have been hampered because being in a remote environment, you don't actually have the ability to look at a lot of documents during approval. And we did note an item specific to payroll that we believe constitutes a trend that we want to make sure that is further investigated. And I do understand that there is an investigation going on related to that, which may also roll into the current year that we're looking at, 2021. This comment is related to 1920. Key here is that there were no audit adjustments as a result of our audit. Had there been, that would have resulted in your having a material weakness. Next page, please. I mentioned 2 pages in the audit reports that I really think are significant. The other one would be the schedule of financial trends, and I've identified the pages where that would be. I always like to say trends are critically important. This is the only place in the audited financials where you have 3 years worth of information, and it provides you a roadmap, a picture of where you've been and where you're heading. So always focus on the important trends. And as a board member, the parts of the trend page that I always point out is how are you operating, and are you operating in a deficit position? I note that 2 of the past 3 years, you did result in operating deficits, and you're projected to deficit spend in the current year, the budget year. That's also as a result of your declining ADA. I don't think either of those bits of information are things that you're not aware of. The available reserves are trending downward as well. And partially that could be also because the district has chosen to support the cafeteria program. But these are trends that I think are critically important for you as the governing board member to know as you make your decisions going forward. I'll let you turn to the next page, and then I'll come back and we'll answer questions related to this audit. Measure J, financial statement, an unmodified opinion as related to the performance audit. We tested 51% of the total expenditures, and you can see it was almost $10 million there. And our charge there is to identify whether or not any expenditures did not comply with the bond measure or with the requirements of Article 13A of the state constitution. And we found that not to be the case for either. I also want to just mention the Valley Oak Charter audit report. That's a little different reporting because they are established as a nonprofit. With that said, unmodified opinion, although they did have a material weakness, that was because they had an audit adjustment that was required to make their financial statements fairly stated. The outcome of their state compliance is they had no issues there, and so they also had an unmodified opinion with their state awards. So that's a recap of the audit results for these 3. I'll let you turn to the next slide, and this is where I ask if you have questions.
Shelley?
There you are.
I don't at this time.
Rebecca?
No, thank you.
Michael?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Kevin?
You mentioned, I think, the cafeteria program.
Yes.
Could you provide a little more color on that?
Well, yeah, that's a really good question there. So there's an ongoing contribution that exists to keep that program going, so to speak. At the end of the year, the balance that was owed from the cafeteria back to the general fund was $240,000. So you understand then that those monies, that's an ongoing balance that has not yet been repaid, and there's an intent to be repaid. This was why the audit continues to report that as an amount that's owed from the cafeteria to the general fund. If for any point in time the district decided that that they were going to forgive that loan, temporary loan, that would impact you negatively by $240,000. So it's always an important part for us to bring up, because again, the fact that it's there means that there is an ongoing contribution. It just, you know, what we as an auditor would be looking for is, does that obligation go down over a period of time? Is the ability to repay that on the cafeteria side? And sometimes that's difficult to make that decision, because charging more for meals may not be the way you as a district want to go. So you may choose to continue to provide that support, but it does impact your general fund and its cash flow.
If I could just share one of the things, so we've been contributing, general funds to the cafeteria fund for quite some time. We have a few issues that we're looking at. One is we used to have a practice prior to last year of allowing kind of significant amounts of debt. So we have to serve students if they come through the line. We can't say you don't have money in your account, so you don't get a lunch. So we have to serve them, but we didn't have a mechanism for notifying parents on a regular basis before that got to be significant. So for example, we would have kids that had racked up $100 or $200 in debt. And as you can imagine, as a parent, that's not great. And so we've rectified that, not so much this year because everyone gets meals this year, but last year we were working on that. The other thing that is somewhat problematic, and we're always trying to increase the number of meals that we serve, but our payment system to put money on your meal card is through VCOE, and it's not a great system. It's very complicated. We would like if you could use Parent Square and just add money to the meal card, but instead you have to go to VCOE, you have to go to their webpage, which isn't very useful. You have to have a different password, which gets reset every 3 months, so you never know your password. So anyways, there are a number of structural deficits that we're trying to work on addressing so that we can continue to bring down that balance of general fund monies that are supporting the cafeteria.
And Tiffany, this isn't something that with the free lunch program offered from the federal government this year that solves some of that, or?
We think it will. Yeah. We think that there will, and also next year, right? Free lunch is next year as well. So we think that that will help us. And actually there's a bill to provide for California to always have free lunches. So we're not sure exactly what the impact of that will be in the long run.
And another question, which is maybe kind of abstract in the sense that, as you know, Royce, we've received substantial monies that are associated with COVID relief. Did your audit in any way, distinguish between monies we received for COVID relief in the sense of analyzing, our going forward ability to continue programs, notwithstanding the fact that some of that money may not be there, when COVID is over?
Well, that's a great question. And the easy answer for me is that the reason why I'll say no is because those monies were appropriated in 2021. So even though you may have known that you had those monies coming, and even though an entity may have spent some of those monies in advance, from an accounting standpoint, we don't recognize the expenditure until, in this case, this is all accounting, by the way, until you actually are appropriated those monies. And again, those monies weren't appropriated till the 2021 year. So they'll be part of this audit. But the second part of your question is really a great question, because it speaks to the viability of maybe establishing programs or whatever with these one-time monies. And that's something that you deal with all the time whenever you get one-time monies. You have to make that conscious decision. Is this something that we can sustain on a long term, even though these monies have a shelf life of maybe only 2 or 3 years? But that's really an internal decision that you'll look at. It's akin to, like I say, winning the lottery, winning $10,000 and going out and buying a $50,000 car, right? I mean, and your income not going up any, right? So you have to build into the fact that you got car payments going forward. Well, it's the same thing here. Those COVID monies are one-time monies.
Thanks.
Hope that answered your question.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I was under the impression that we got some monies in 2020, COVID-wise. But
You may have gotten some state monies.
Yeah.
That AB 117 may have provided you. I'm sure it provided you some state monies, but the big dollars are really the federal dollars. And over the next couple of years, it's really going to be impactful for your district.
I just have a couple of questions. Are you finished, Kevin? Okay. When you were talking about the decrease in district funds that we've seen over the past few years, I noticed that on page, these are the PDF, page 13 of 166, it was a 7.1% decrease. Does that number seem typical of districts, or is that something that we should be concerned about?
I'm going to turn to that real quickly. You said that was page 13 of the PDF?
Yes.
Okay, and that's part of, when you say page 13, I'm almost certain that that's part of what we call the management's discussion and analysis. So I'm going to take a look at that real quick to see what you are talking about. And are you talking about revenues, or are you talking about expenditures?
Let me look at the page too.
Okay.
So it says the district funds right in the middle of the page. As the district completed this year, our governmental funds reported a combined fund balance of 21,391,189, which is a decrease of 7.1% from last year.
Okay. So you are declining, and really what you look for there is which funds are the ones that are declining. So for instance, on that table, you'll see below that you have a building fund, which you would expect that to decrease as your projects are being completed and what have you. A lot of the funds increase, but the one that obviously for me is concerning is your general fund. It started last year at almost 2.5 million and ended at 1.6. And so when you're talking about a 7.1% decrease, that's for the aggregate of all your governmental funds. But if you're looking at just the general fund, that decrease is 30 to 40%. So I'm being candid with you. That's a pretty big percentage decrease, no doubt. Now the question becomes is really how did you spend those monies? And if they were budgeted expenditures that you approved in advance because you knew that, hey, this was what we're going to happen, we're going to make an investment in certain things like education, well, then that is going to occur. You're going to see that decrease. So it's not so much a question of the decrease, but are those decreases that you budgeted for, that you made in good, with the knowledge that you needed to say, yes, this is what we want to do. I will say that I think, again, I mentioned that you will receive substantial federal dollars over the next couple of years that I think will be a boon for a lot of school districts. But it's a short-term solution, right? Because those monies will be gone within a short period of time thereafter. So, okay. But that's an observant comment on your part.
And then on page 73.
PDF again, please.
Yeah.
Okay, let me roll forward to that real quick.
It's about the benefit expenses. Roll forward that to me too. Whoops.
Okay, so I see that I think what we're talking about on this page is the OPEB.
Right.
Okay.
Which is, just tell me what that stands for.
Well, I see this on page 73, my page 73, the PDF, I'm looking at a schedule for the OPEB liability related to the MPP program. Is that what you're looking at?
Let's see, the top of the page, 73 of 166, it says the first line as total OPEB liability. And then it has service costs, interests.
Okay, let me see. Let me roll up here. So, okay. So I see. So is this the schedule of changes in the total district's total OPEB costs or service cost interest?
Yes.
Okay. So these numbers.
What I'm trying to look at is my question. I wrote. Let's see. Just what did we under budget what we were going to spend on benefits, or over budgeted? I'm not sure how to read it.
Yeah, this is a difficult schedule, and I will also tell you that this schedule comes right out of the actuarial report that your OPEB liability actuary provides us. So these are all actuarially driven numbers. And really what they're doing is based on their current information, the assumptions they have regarding, for instance, your present cost of health benefits for this group of folks and the trends for interest rate, investment earnings. They are projecting, for instance, the service costs related to paying those benefits related to OPEB and the interest related to that. And then these actuarially driven numbers like the difference between expected and actual experience and change of assumptions. The one true number there from a dollar standpoint that you could generally tie back to your financials is your benefit payments. But then they use that to actuarially determine what the total liability. And really what it's saying for your district is that this liability has been decreasing. Now, that's generally not because interest rates are going up and the cost of health premiums are going down. That's usually because the total population of employees is trending downward. So that's generally why you'll see a decrease here. Again, we all know health premiums always seem to be going upwards, and yeah, investments are so unpredictable. But one thing we can certainly look, the trend is your employees, the numbers. And certain of those employees will fall off of that schedule because they reach a certain age, 65, where they no longer are subject to the district's OPEB plan, but now they move over to Medicare.
Okay, so the change of assumption, the differences between expected and actual isn't that we budgeted improperly. It's more of a actual.
Yeah, it's really hard I don't know of any districts that budget really for this expense. Well, you have to budget for it. So let me rephrase that. I don't know any that can accurately forecast what those numbers are. I mean, I think generally the trend would be you take last year's number and then you hope that it's less than what it was last year. The one thing that they will know is if the cost of, if you have a plan that is not capped, then that's one of the things that would cause your service cost to go up or your actual cost to go up, right? So if you're paying your retirees the same amount as active employees and there's no cap to that, then that may be an indicator that's something they can predict. They know that your costs are going to go up.
Okay.
But these plans are very common. About every entity that I know has to offer these plans to be competitive with their neighboring districts.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to scroll down and make sure I'm doing the right thing here.
This isn't an action item.
It's not. Okay, presentation. That's what I wanted to.
Yep. Just information.
We're accepting it, but we don't have to vote on that.
Correct.
Thank you very much for coming and for doing the hard work remotely.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Enjoy seeing you all, and thank you for having me here this evening.
Thank you.
All right, bye now.
Our final item is future agenda.
Can I jump in? Unfortunately, we need item 6.4.3 in order to pay some of our bills. And so I'm wondering if we can untable 6.4.3.
Sure, since we finished before 10 o'clock. Are there any questions or do we have a motion to approve 6.4.3?
I'll move to approve. Oh, Rebecca moved. I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, Shelley?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Kevin?
Yes.
And Jane, yes, that passes 5-0. Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you.
Future agenda items. Is there anything anyone wants to discuss? It looks like a lot of it is in the works.
I have one that I would like to discuss. I know Ojai quite some time ago, or well, actually, I don't know how long ago, but the board decided to not offer benefits or any sort of compensation for board members. This is very contrary to our other districts, and I
So
would
actually, I'm going to stop you because you're wrong. Board members are allowed to have health insurance, but not their families.
Oh, okay.
That's what we voted. We voted not to have health insurance for their families.
Okay. Can we bring that up for a future discussion?
Anyone else would like to discuss that again?
As a future agenda item, I have no objection.
Put it on there. I would like to, I don't know if this, I'm not ready to say a future agenda item, but in terms of those families who came and spoke at the beginning of the evening, during our break, I actually texted, I have a couple of friends who work at 2 different private schools here, and their students are wearing masks in the classroom and on the playgrounds. So I had the impression that only public schools were doing that, but it seems that the private schools are doing that as well. And I certainly support going to our public health, and maybe I would, as a parent, I prefer my child in the classroom to have a mask on, but I don't know that the playground is something that I would support. So I hope that, maybe parents motivate to go speak to that. But it's not just the public schools that are doing that. So I think that's
There
important.
are some private schools that are maskless, though. Yeah, so it's kind of a mixed bag.
But in contrary to public health requirements. So you may certainly be breaking the rules, but
they're violating
rules
public
don't
health
apply.
requirements for sure to do that. So
I would just share that I believe there will be some significant movement and lessening of restrictions on masks in the very near future.
June 15th, right after school.
So I would say, we could put it on a future agenda item, but it's likely that it will resolve itself prior to that anyways.
Thank you.
I have one. I would like us to consider as a board how we might, board engagement on the subject of the parent advisory group, which, as I understand it, is also intended to advise us as a board. I'd like to have that on the agenda to talk about how, the board might want to be involved in how we structure that. I could even imagine having a place for such a group or whose head might, make a presentation at every meeting, like Chuck and Angie.
I would be interested in talking about that in terms of like subcommittees. But
the parent advisory committee, I'm interested in seeing their bylaws and why we have the parent advisory committee, because my understanding was that was to advise the superintendent. But my biggest question is, if to me it would seem more appropriate that we would have board members sit on the parent advisory committee, but not the other way around.
Well, I want to avoid us actually having a discussion about something since it's not on the agenda, but if we'll put that on the future agenda item, and then if you all could maybe send your comments to Tiffany, she can maybe move forward with that so that we can actually agendize it and talk about it. Okay, sorry. I don't want to get in any Brown Act violations. Anyway, thank you all very much. We are finished with tonight's meeting. Have a good week.